I'm Vanessa Bravo, and this is Making Character. The persistence of vision. So, very sequential pictures pull the eye into filling in the in-betweens. And this is Edward Mybridge's piece, Galloping Horse. It's a GIF. His invention allows you to see like frames of pictures going really fast and makes it look like there's movement. And both of those images are the same, of the same piece. And this is another slide of his work. He wanted to prove that all of the legs leave the ground. The first computer animated film was Toy Story, made by Disney and Pixar. And The Princess and the Frog was the last Disney princess movie that was 2D in 2009. And then from then forth, the rest of the movies are now more 3D. This is Brave, which is Pixar and Disney, and then Frozen, which is just Disney, and Tangled, which is just Disney. So, Making Character is a collection of 3D models that I made in Maya. And my style is low poly, so that means it has few faces or like not a lot of mesh or divisions in it. You can see my mouse. This is like one face. That's like another face, so just not too much mesh or divisions going on. It makes it more simple and easier to render. So I start with a cube, or I usually start with a cube for objects like trees or environments. And I bevel it, which just means that I add more divisions around the corners. And this is a render of it. On Maya, it looks like this, and then when you take a picture of it, which is a render, it looks better. So this is another render of a different tree I made. Has a lot more divisions and extrudes. So these are different bevel levels, so like the corners are sharper on some than others. I don't know if you can see that as well, but. And this is the finished piece. And this is what Maya looks like. So when I work on it, this is like the 3D space right here. And all the tools I have. And in this panel, I'm trying to change the sky. So, and the color that I put on the sky affects all the models in the environment. So these are my very slight tests. And this is the first one, the one I like the most. So like, more yellow makes it obviously more brighter and yellow, and blue makes it like a deep blue color, like later in the day. So different colors for different times of the day. And this is the color test that I like the most. Floating Island. So with Floating Island, it's the opposite of my little forest, because It's low poly, but this is not low poly at all. It has a lot of sides and corners, just a lot more mesh and work. So it takes a lot longer to render. This is it colored. And the side view, so I kind of wanted it to be like ground on top and water on bottom. My sister calls it the blue strawberry. And this is it, not colored. And I personally like it better this way, but just fun to look at. And then my next character is called Little Miss, and she's inspired from the cartoon Adventure Time, which is Cartoon Network's cartoon. This is Little Miss, and all those black lines are to see its mesh. And this is a UV map for Little Miss, so it's kind of like you make a model and then you skin it, or you cut it up and then you skin it. Sounds weird. And you color it. And then I put her in the environment of the low poly trees. I really want that childlike innocence, just cartoons and fun and vibrant, just like Adventure Time, because that's how it is in the show. And my last piece I want to show you is my goldfish. He took the longest to make because I had to he's just he has a lot more than any other model, mesh, just more. Oh. And then I duplicated him and put one beside him because I wanted him not to be lonely. So then I just moved them around and tried to make it look like Finding Nemo or Finding Dory that's coming out. So I added an ocean shader, which if you can see all those little dots, it's like texture, looks like scales maybe. And it took a really long time to render, and I tried doing it on my Mac Air, and it could not handle it at all. So I came back to school, and I rendered. Thank God for Marymount's computers. Thank God. Future goals, I want to do more school, and I want to be a 3D modeler. And a lot of people get some of that confused when I say 3D modeler because they think I'm going to animate or make characters move. That's not what I want to do. I want to actually make the character, and then I want to learn how to rig it. And that's different from animating, which means making it move already. It's just, there's 3 different jobs. And I want to be a modeler. Thank you.
So questions? Questions for Vanessa? Vanessa, what inspired you to make this work? What inspired you to make this work?
I really love cartoons and just that cartoony feel and just child cartoons and just vibrant colors. And that's why I went with that and try to make models that give you that feel or look like that.
Talk a little bit about the process of making this particular piece that they're seeing now. First, what's the difference between what's a 2D piece of software and what's a 3D piece of software, and what's the difference?
Well, Photoshop's 2D where you move in that kind of dimension, X and Y, but with 3D, you have to also work with the Z, which is depth, and it's just more work. I mean, I want to say more work, but just more point of view, so someone who does 2D just has to draw like the X and Y, and then with 3D you have to do more. You have to worry about every angle, not just like two.
Right, because they're basically objects, correct?
Yeah.
So the process of making this, explain a little bit about the process, about the water and about
Oh yeah.
the textures and so forth.
Maya has a pre-made ocean shader, which is kind of like adding a little ocean. So wherever you have your objects, it will like reflect that little pattern on it, and it adds, it makes rendering take a lot longer. But it fits well with this character because it's a fish, and fish go in water.
Any other questions for Vanessa?
Yeah.
What was the, just curious as the like time frame, how long does it take to create one, like of the fishes?
Like, I just made one and it took me, I think, I want to say I worked 3 hours one day and then 4 the next day. And I was done with the modeling there. And because I just used a simple orange shader on its skin, it took a lot less longer than other characters because I didn't UV map it. So, not long for me, but that's because it's like, it's not too complicated. It's just like a little head with a tail and eyes. And Maya already has pre-made like shapes, like the eyes are already made. I don't have to worry about making the eyes like perfect and circular because it's already made.
So Vanessa, what you're talking about is the sphere, but
Mhm.
what you're not talking about is the texture for the iris.
Yeah.
Those things you did have to make.
Oh yeah, I did.
You have 2 more minutes and you kind of
Oh.
not, really telling them all the work that you've done. When you say 2 hours to do my capstone project.
Yeah.
So talk a little bit about the conceptual base. So coming up with the characters that you've come up with, the drawing stage, the stages that you have to do before you even get onto the computer.
Okay, so I'll just go.
So what was the purpose of these models? And what was the thinking behind creating these particular models?
Okay. When I made these models or these tree, like low poly tree, I was thinking about Minecraft and I was trying to bring that in. And with Minecraft, it's really like pixelated. And I don't want it to be too pixelated, but I wanted it to be like low poly still, so you can like look at it and recognize it. When it came to drawing it, I didn't really draw, but I don't know if you can see my little mouse. My little mouse right here. I put like one cube on top of another. It's kind of the idea of what I wanted. So then I took another cube and extruded it out. So you don't want to work with like mesh like this because it's incorrect. You want it all to be like one piece. And for my other model, Floating Island, I didn't draw this out, but in my head I just wanted like mountains or green on top and water on the bottom. And with Little Miss, I pictured, I look at Adventure Time a lot, and all their characters have really long limbs and really big faces. So when I drew her, she had a really big head and really long limbs, just like the show. And then she has black eyes, just like they do. And I don't know, I wanted to keep the colors more basic. Like, I didn't want to have too much color on it, just because, like, when you look at the force behind her, I didn't want her to be too overpowering and too textured. So I wanted it to match each other, so I wanted her to match the environment. And with the fish, I really focused on the eyes. So the eyes are what I UV mapped, which is if I show, yeah, UV matte. And they're like a bluish purple, and they're like, just looking at this work reminds me of Finding Nemo. And I was looking at Dory the whole time that I was like modeling this character.
Any last questions for Vanessa? All right, thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Taylor Duncan, and the title of my presentation is called Developing Alter Egos. And the reason why I chose this title is because as an actress, it's not simply just pretending to be someone else. You're putting a bit of yourself into each character that you play. And in a way, I like to call it an alter ego. And even one of my inspirations, who I'll talk about later, Johnny Depp, he says, acting, you're always putting a bit of yourself into that character. And if you're not, then it's not acting, it's called lying. And so before I continue, I would like to show you a video, a monologue of myself in my most recent performance called Come Blow Your Horn by Bill Simon. And this is where I play a very neurotic, overworrying mother who hasn't quite grasped reality that her youngest son is now moving out of her house. And in this scene, I am in my son's apartment answering all his business phone calls and I freak out. Martin Nelson. No, I'm sure he's not. No, this is Al's mother. Why should I kid about him like that? Yes, I'm sure he's not here. A message? Okay, fine, just let me get a pencil. Okay, you know what, just talk really fast and I'll write it down as soon as I drop the phone. Extremely important, Milton's wife just came in from Atlantic City and is on the way to the parade. And Alan should be sure not to attend those certain parties. Okay, I got it. I do. I can't repeat it to you, I'm trying to remember it. Okay. Milton, what's the parade? Yes, got it. Okay, look, don't say anymore, okay? I'm writing down. Ready, bye. Some message, just a book, not a message. First, you have a pencil. I'm not going to have Alka Seltzer, you're not going to have a pencil. Suddenly, I'm printer's race. Hello? No, here's it. This is Al's mother. Why should I care about a thing like that? Who's calling the police? Who? She. That's a name? Shiggy Parker. You got a hotel? No, sir. Where did I think that came from? Oh, for God's sake, she just called. Yes, with a message to Alan. Something about Atlantic City, and I guess Alan should go there. Well, I don't know what that means either. I'm not a secretary. I'm a mother without a pencil. The name of the hotel. Yeah, he did mention it. I think it was called The Park. Oh, that's your name. A message to Alan? I can only try ourselves. Shiki was detained, but she's on her way to the parade now. Okay. All right, sure. Yeah, you're welcome. There's something going on. Father should only know. This man had a costume and they don't have a pencil. For God's sakes. All right. Hello? Yes. No, he isn't. wrong with me? Who is this? Connie what? You what? Again with the message, look. Can you write it down? I don't have a pencil. Yes? What? Yes. 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 All right. Okay. You're welcome. Goodbye. Goodbye. Who tells him to have so many messages? So many phone calls? It's disgusting. Ah! Oh my God, what do you want with my life? Oh my God, I'm so nauseous. Hello? Who is this? What do you want? What? Who? Alan who? Oh, it's Mother. What am I doing here? I'm answering your phone calls. No, there's no one else here. No, you must still give me a second subway or give me a taxi. Who called? The whole world called. First the guy named Meltzer and me. No, it didn't sound like that. It was more of the weird call. Oh, he's here. Here, talk to Betty. So I've been very passionate about theater for many years, and I play a lot of variety of roles, like from evil queens to warring mothers. And each role that I played, I have to prepare in a different way. So as I keep talking, I'll talk more about character analysis. I'll talk about the history behind theater, my reason for getting into theater, and I'll also talk about my performance from last semester, Almost Maine by John Cariani. And so about the history, theater was originally, the word theater was a Greek word, and Greece had a very theatrical and performance-like type of culture where they had, whether it be from weddings, politics, funerals, festivals, it was a part of your citizenship to be a part of this, whether it be a participant in the theater or just watching the theater. And this is where you could see, how the theaters was arranged. The theatrons where the audience would sit, the orchestras where the main event would happen, and then they would prepare in the back of where the scheme was. And the three main types of plays that they would used to do that's very common is tragedy, comedy, and satire. Roman theater was also very similar to Greece, whereas they would have a lot of festivals, street performances, nude dancing, acrobatics, and it was a huge part of their culture. They would often wear masks, and a couple of main common plays that they would have would be comedy and tragedy. Now, theater has a wide range of history, so it's really hard to just talk about everything. I just can't do it. But I would jump into the 20th century theater, where a lot of playwrights will mainly focus on naturalism and realism, and something that the people in the audience can actually relate to. And a couple of these playwrights, and two that I'm very familiar with, is Tennessee Williams. Tennessee Williams is mainly known for his famous play, A Streetcar Named Desire, and Arthur Miller. One of my favorite plays that was done by him is called The Crucible. Theater's role in my life, it started when I was in 5th grade. Before then, I stayed in a very troubled home. I had an abusive step-parent, and then in school I was often bullied, so I didn't really have too much of an outlet. I kept everything to myself. I was a very timid, shy person. And we often had school plays, but I never really had any interest in being a part of it. And so on a Christmas play, one of my teachers was looking for someone to play an antagonistic role, and she came up to me and I said, I had nothing better to do, sure, why not, I read for it. And when I read for it, this character had so much anger, And a lot of the anger that I would have ended up coming out, and it sounded convincing, apparently, because I got a part. And so we would rehearse every day of every week up until the actual performance, and it provided like such an outlet for me. And like come showtime, I had this adrenaline that I never felt before, and since then I realized I've had a passion for it. Up into my time here at Marymount, I've been nominated for 2 awards. 2 nominations for the Irene Lyons, which is a national, basically theater competition where a bunch of actors will come and compete for scholarships. And it's been honored for me not to just be nominated once but twice. But aside from being on stage, I've also gained a lot of skills that I would like to owe to my experience with theater. I've had a lot of leadership roles on campus because I had confidence, or I showed confidence in that I could be a leader, even though in reality I am a timid person. The types of character I play are usually, they tend to be really powerful women because I'm 6 feet tall, and when I need to, my voice can carry. And so the characters I play tend to be very powerful. One of the characters I played was Shakespeare's evil queen from Cymbeline, and it's basically an evil queen who sent a huntsman out to kill her son's fiance, which is where Snow White got the premise of their story. And No Coward's Few Joke is one of my first performances here that I played at Marymount. And Doris Gow is a very manipulative woman and walks around with a false sense of superiority, and she fakes her pregnancy so she can trap her husband into marrying her. Now, both are very evil characters, or very malicious characters, but both are played in different ways. And now I'll talk about my performance last semester, Almost Maine, that was written by John Cariani in 2004. And it consists of 9 short plays, and it's considered a romantic comedy. And one of the scenes that I played was Gail in the scene called Give Me a Back. And she's a very angry woman who is very impatient because it took her now fiance 11 years to propose to her. And she threatens to leave him once, that is until Lyndall, her then boyfriend, proposes to her. This was usually different from the roles that I played because she's more vulnerable than a lot of the characters that I tend to play. And it was difficult with me because the person who played Lyndall had been recasted, so it's been hard for me to really get into it with a whole different person who I worked so hard with. But when the weeks passed on, things got a lot easier. Memorizing lines became easier for me. And character analysis was a huge important part as to why I was able to do this role well enough to do. And here are a couple pictures. This is a cold reading, how it usually starts off right before we do the show. Before we choose the show, we have a bunch of actors who do cold reading for whichever characters. And then the final night is, the final night we all take a picture of it. Character analysis is something I've learned not only from Uta Hagen, but also I've learned from John Lane and Greg Livonian. And it's getting to know the character beyond what is written in the script. And 9 questions that I would ask myself, that I would have to ask myself for each character would be, number 1, giving the character's name, age, and social situation, and physical description. How does the character feel about himself or herself, and why does he feel that way? If others were asked to describe the character, what would they say? How does the character feel about the other characters? Why? How do the other characters feel about the character and why? Is there one character that this character particularly dislikes and why? What situation does the character find himself or herself in, and how does she get into the situation? How is the situation resolved? How does the character react to the situation he is in, and why does he or she react that way, and what background makes him behave that way? And then describe 10 words about the character, and lastly, what kind of relationships does the character have, or has this character had? And character analysis is important is because you want to be able to have this certain relationship with the character that goes beyond what the script is saying. And when you have that deeper understanding, the performance is a lot more realistic and a lot more genuine. Here are my 3 inspirations. My first one is, as I mentioned before, is Johnny Depp. He's been active from 1984 to the present, and I'm pretty sure you all know him. A few of his famous roles was Jack Sparrow in Pirates of the Caribbean, Edward Scissorhands, Sweeney Todd, one of my favorites anyway. And the reason why I like him is because he's very versatile and he's not afraid to go into darker roles, and that's what I tend to like doing as well. I tend to enjoy being into really powerful, angry roles because in my opinion, that's where most of the raw emotion comes out of. Uta Hagen is years active from 1939 to 2001, and she has had a huge distinguished career, and which will make her one of the most important acting teachers. And one of the books that I read to this day, Respect for Acting. And then Konstantin Stanislavski, who was active from 1888 to 1917, and he was the founder of the Stanislavski method. And that method will be and still used to this day by many acting teachers to their students, and especially after the period of World War II. And the Stanislavski method itself is when the actor gathers whatever emotion they have from a certain memory they had in the past, and they apply that to the character and whatever is relevant to that particular character. Where am I now? After graduating Marymount, I will have a summer job as a summer CA, but I plan on working in another job that I have and just taking the year off, and then just finding anything dealing with media, preferably film, and everything that I don't necessarily have an exact area that I want to, just as long as it's dealing with theater or music or film, I'll be happy. Thank you very much. That's it.
Okay, we're running just slightly behind, but is there one question or 2 questions the audience may have to? All right, great job.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning. My name is Ty Gamble, also known as AG. And for my capstone project, I chose to talk about my developing movement called the 1%. And the 1% is a movement directed at inner city youth, and the goal of the movement is to break the negative statistic placed on those in the inner city. And the negative statistic is that only 1 million can make it out. And the reason I chose to make this movement is because I myself am from inner city. I'm from Compton, California, and I saw firsthand these experiences. I have stories to tell, and I have things that need to be said that I want to speak out against, and I want to help the youth, not just in the inner city, but everywhere. Also kids that may have grew up like Taylor Duncan, that had a rough childhood and have a story to tell. And, I want to speak out against, speak up for that. So when I decided to do this movement, I had to go do some homework, literally. And I had to look at the history of hip hop and where it started. Hip hop's origin is true hip hop's origin is in South Bronx, New York. And it started in the 1970s at a house party where a DJ by the name of DJ Kool Herc started mixing on his turntables, and he found out that he can extend the drum breaks and make it sound a little more interesting. At the time, the popular music was disco music, so DJs were scratching and mixing disco records. It wasn't yet hip hop. It evolved into hip hop with the addition of graffiti art, where people were able to express themselves using the world as their canvas, and spray painting on sometimes subways and buildings. Wasn't quite seen as the best thing to do, but it was a form of expression. It was part of the culture. Also, you were able to express yourself through dance, and had an implement of b-boys and b-girls, which are breaking girls and breaking boys who were involved in breakdancing. You were able to express yourself through dance. And then you had the MCs who came later in the 70s into the early 80s. MCs are now known as rappers. And at first they weren't doing the conventional rhymes today. They started out as just introducing the DJ and being a hype man for the DJ. And then later they started doing more complex rhymes. So as I mentioned, DJ Kool Herc was recognized as the father of hip hop. This is the guy that started it all. And here on the slide, I have actually the invitation to that house party where hip hop was birthed. And I think it's pretty cool that this whole culture started as just a party. It started as someone who wanted to have a good time and show others a good time. And we evolved into this vast culture, and I thought that was pretty amazing. One of the other pioneers, who's also known as one of the godfathers of hip hop, not the father, but the godfather of hip hop, is Africa Bambaataa. Africa Bambaataa, I consider him to be one of our first more radical artists, one of our more politically involved and socially involved artists, because he was into the Zulu Nation, the Zulu warriors. He watched a movie called Zulu, in which it showed the British troops fighting against the Zulu tribe, and British troops thought they had the battle won, and they did. They were outnumbered by the Zulus, and that took to Africa Bambaataa. His name actually means affectionate leader, so he took that and really ran with it in hip hop, and started a revolution. And he's known for his work with his group Soul Sonic Force, and a song that's been often imitated, which is Planet Rock, which has been used since 1983. Then one of the other godfathers is Grandmaster Flash and Furious 5. Grandmaster Flash and the Furious 5 were honestly hip-hop's first voice. I say they were hip-hop's first voice because of their work on the song The Message. Now, some of you may be familiar with the song The Message and maybe didn't know this came from Grandmaster Flash and Furious 5, but The Message had a line in the song that was very impactful, which was, sometimes it's like the jungle, sometimes it makes me wonder how I keep from going under. And that line was just saying the way we felt in the inner city, the way we thought, the way we felt ignored, and the way we were trying to keep our head above water, the way we were just trying to survive. And that's why I consider it to be the community's first voice to America. And when you're talking about hip hop's history, you have to talk about our first commercial success, which is the Sugar Hill Gang. Sugar Hill Gang started because Sylvia Robinson, the producer for Sugar Hill Records, heard about the block parties and the house parties that were happening in the rap community and was interested in it. She saw it as a great business opportunity. So she put together her own group, which she named after her record company and called them the Sugar Hill Gang, and they created a song called Rapper's Delight. Rapper's Delight is probably the most commercial and probably the most known hip hop song to date. And for those who don't know, that's I said a hip hop, a hip to the hip hop. You don't stop the rocket to the bang bang, boogie to up, just the beat to the rhythm of the boogie to beat. There you go, yeah. So that's the Sugar Hill Gang, and that's who. That song was hip hop's first song on the top 40 charts, and the song went on to make millions and become hip hop's first commercial success. Now, hip hop wasn't always about a party. Hip hop as a culture wasn't always, to make people dance, to make people move. It was also to spread a message, also to spread positivity and to enlighten everyone on the struggles that were going on in the inner city. One of the impactful times of hip hop was the 80s and the birth of the Ronald Reagan era and the crack epidemic. This hit hard because it destroyed a lot of families. Also under the Ronald Reagan era was mass incarceration. You had a lot of young African Americans going to jail and joining gangs, and even committing a lot of crime. And it was a very, very, very low time, and we felt as a community that we were being ignored, and we were being beaten by police. I say we as a culture, being beaten by police, and there was racial profiling at an all-time high, and it just wasn't a very good time. And this went on through the 80s and continued into the 90s when you had the LA Watts riot following the Rodney King trial, where African American motorist Rodney King was beaten by several police officers, and those officers were acquitted. And it caused a very, very big commotion in the community. And hip hop saw it fit to speak out on it. Artists made songs ranging everywhere from Fight the Power by Public Enemy to F the Police by NWA. And it was a powerful message, and it was a hard time. Even today, it's still, hip hop artists are using their platform to speak out against social injustices. Just for example, in the 2016 Grammy Awards, Kendrick Lamar, a rapper from Compton, California, took the stage performing a compilation of racially and politically conscious songs. Songs that he has songs such as Black and Berry, where he spoke about racism and about loving who you are as an African American or wherever you may be. Love who you are, love the skin you're in, and be proud of it. When he entered the stage, he had other African American men follow behind him, all dressed in, as you see in the picture, dressed in prison uniform, chained together. And during the performance, he raised the chains and broke them, showing that he would no longer be a slave to the system. And he did this on one of the world's biggest stages, one of the most televised events, which is the Grammys. Also, Beyonce at the Super Bowl performed her debuted her song Formation, in which she had African American women follow behind her dressed as Black Panthers of the 60s and 70s. And she paid homage to African American leaders such as Martin Luther King Jr., Malcolm X, and the Black Panthers. And this caused a huge commotion in the world. It was very widely spoken about. It would cause a lot of attention, and that was the goal. The goal was to bring attention to the situation, and I think she achieved that. So you can't really talk about socially active artists without talking about one of my influences, Tupac Shakur. Tupac is probably one of the most influential artists of this era. Tupac was in LA, was a Los Angeles rapper who originated from the East Coast, but migrated over to LA and embraced the city and the culture, and always spoke how he felt, whether it would be interviews, how he felt about directors and how he was treated, or through his music and the stories he told of early teenage pregnancy and songs like Brenda's Got a Baby, where she was molested by her own cousin and impregnated, and she threw her baby in the garbage because of what she thought society would think of her, or what her family would think of her. And that's something I took from Tupac and added into my own artistry, and something that I would like to be able to do is tell these stories that are going on in the community and bring awareness. Also, another big mogul in hip hop was Notorious B.I.G., also known as Biggie Smalls, or as his mom may call him, Christopher Wallace. Christopher Wallace was native to New York, and similar to a lot of other hip hop artists, he started off in the drug game. He started off doing crack cocaine, mostly because he didn't see much importance in school, because teachers didn't think he was very intelligent. They said he wouldn't be nothing more than a garbage worker. So he didn't see a need in going there if he wasn't making any money. He was making money in the streets, until he met Sean Puff Daddy Combs, who is now the head of Bad Boy Records. And he promised him at the age of 21 he would be a millionaire if he left the streets, and that became true. Biggie told stories of living life with a single mother without a father, and his discontentment for his father and how he felt about it. He talked about the drug game. He talked about the government and their influence in the drug game. And that's what I took from Biggie. Also, his use of metaphors and his wordplay was very, very, very impactful. And he was also known as a freestyle artist, meaning he didn't write anything down. Everything came off the top of his head, premeditated or spontaneously as the beat played. Another influence of mine is business mogul Jay-Z, who came from the Marcy Projects in Brooklyn, New York also. And like Biggie, started off in the drug game, but he saw that he more money otherwise in music. Now, I didn't so much take to Jay-Z as an artist, I took to Jay-Z as a businessman, because he took himself from being just another quote-unquote thug in the hood to being mentioned in the same conversation with Bill Gates. Today, Jay-Z's honestly one of the richest people, not just in hip hop, but in the world. And he did that through business in the hip hop game, and not just selling records. He did that through signing artists, through his various other things outside of hip hop, such as clothing line Rockaware, and his label Rockefeller Records, which is now Rock Nation. I was also influenced by Southern rappers Outkast. Outkast was known for their individuality. They had a style that was different from anyone else, in the sense of they were two completely different artists that came together to make beautiful music. Big Boy, who was more into players and pimps in the streets, would talk about those type of things, whereas Andre 3000 came from a more conscious perspective. He came from a more socially aware standpoint, and together their subject matters made great music, and made for a great story. By the way, a fun fact, Andre 3000 is tied for my favorite rapper in the world. He's right up there. This would be my favorite rapper of all time, and probably my biggest influence, which is Lil Wayne. Lil Wayne is also a southern rapper. He's from New Orleans, Louisiana, and this has been my influence since probably the 3rd grade, when I first heard his song Bling Bling, which is now a coined phrase in the dictionary. Lil Wayne started rapping when he was 9 years old, which to me is incredible. To be able to form words and to be able to create music at 9 is amazing. Of course, he probably wasn't making chart-topping hits at 9, but he got signed to Cash Money Records when he was 11, and sold his first gold album when he was 14 years old. Now, if that's not a legend in the making, I'm not really sure what is. So as I went on to study Lil Wayne, I noticed he also looked up to artists like Jay-Z and Biggie Smalls. He was very heavily influenced by them, and also was a freestyle artist. He didn't start off as a freestyle artist. He began writing his music, but at around 17, he decided he didn't want to be confined by the page anymore. So he did a song. In which you can hear him ripping out those final pages of his notebook as he goes through the song. That's probably one of my favorite songs. It's a 30-minute song, and I have it on my iPod. Also, artist who influenced me is Compton native Kendrick Lamar. I spoke on him earlier, and his work at the Grammys, in which that night he also won Best Hip Hop Artist. He took home, his first Grammy that night, which is very big. And Kendrick Lamar, something I took from him was his work ethic. I once saw in an interview that he said he perfected the craft of writing 100 songs a day in the studio. And so he would be able to go in without writing and come up with more content. And I thought that was very impressive, to go in and write 100 songs a day in the studio. That's amazing. Today, Kendrick Lamar's songs are used in a lot of political and social matters. Following the Mike Brown incident, there were protesters marching through the street chanting Kendrick Lamar's lyrics, "We gonna be all right." And that right there spoke volumes of his influence and his impact in the community. So then there brings upon the question, why do I rap? What is my reason for doing this, and why do I want to be involved in hip hop culture? Because growing up, I was always around music. I was around a lot of singers that I thought were entertaining. It looked fun. It looked like a great way to express yourself. And I would always watch my auntie and her groups perform and rehearse in my grandmother's living room. And when they would take breaks, I would go imitate everything I saw. And I even thought I could be a singer too. Well, that part didn't quite work out. I realized that I chose rap because I can't sing. I have great lyrical abilities, but not quite the voice to carry it. Not with a melody, at least. So that's one reason I chose rap. Also to make an impact on this world, to make my voice heard, to make sure that I leave here, that I leave with a message and legacy. And most importantly, I was taught that when God gives you a gift, you don't waste God's gift. So I want to share God's gift with everyone else. Also, part of my project was a performance that I did here at Klaus on this very stage, alongside my fellow artists, Project Vibe, in which we came together to spread the 1% movement through our music. We came together to tell similar stories and tell where we came from, and hopefully gain other people who want to be a part of the 1%, who recognize themselves as the 1% and recognize us as 1%ers. The process in me starting my show stemmed honestly from a conversation that I had with Professor Blue Wade when she told me you got to do something for a capstone project. And I was like, well, what type of things can you do? She said, you do every morning. I said, can I perform? She said, sure, make it happen. And I did. I was already performing at several venues outside of school, and I knew how to perform. I studied how to perform. But the question was, how do I deliver my message? How do I make a show? Yeah, it's easy to perform when the show is already set up for you, but I had to set up the show myself. So in class with Noah Miller, we got a crew together made of my classmates and put some people on cameras, got a shot list together, and myself with Project Vibe created a visual and put images on the screen behind us, brought together a live band, and put together and had rehearsals here at the Clouds and put together a full show. You know, the lighting, the music, the cameras, everything was done by us with obviously assistance of Noah Miller and Professor Blue. During the 1% show, the way I delivered my message was through a song that is entitled My Story. That'll be on my upcoming project, OCS, which stands for Only Child Syndrome. And the song My Story really talks about waiting for your time, waiting for your moment, and becoming impatient in the process because you're so anxious to be heard, you're so anxious to be seen, to be known. So in that moment, you know that everything weighs on this one opportunity because you only get one shot. Because they only said 1 in a million can make it. So I want to share with you a couple of the lyrics from that song, and so you can get a little bit of insight and what I mean. In left field, waiting for a flower to bloom. My pop flies like an hour or two. Yo, tell them girls to bring them Adderall through, because my attention deficits got me feeling irrelevant. The only way out is push a Saturdays for settlements. It's gonna be a late night on the couch with Dave Letterman. These dudes want to trap until you tell them what the ghetto is. So let me tell them from them ghetto kids. Hard nights are hard whipping, with massive looking. Gotta hustle, no time for dreams and college hooping. And Sally Mae on every cent when me and mama can't pay rent. When she tired, she can't take this. Maybe wanna load them AK clips, go LeBron James in game 6, quit rapping, going slaying them bricks, tell the radio, play my hits, we about to blow, Cobain. Man, a young rebel with visions of revolutions that still ain't televised. Tell them girls get in line, a witness you'll never find. Drink the Kool-Aid and jump into the genocide, we want percenters anyhow. No nickel and dime, we want every penny proud. So holla if you hear me now, crack in the system and they ain't trying to let me out. Those words I wrote to display how I felt at the time, how I felt about being in the system, whether it's the school system or any system that we're in right now. I felt, we needed to be set free, and that my time was coming, and I needed to be heard, and I needed to be seen. Also, I'm working on a song called Gas Low. Gas Low is a song that I experimented a slightly different sound on. I approached it differently. I took you through a journey of not having enough, not having the means to do the things you want to do to have a good time in life. Not necessarily always to party, but to do things that you enjoy. And I know that struggle personally, growing up, like we didn't always have the money for new shoes or new clothes, or I couldn't be in the best basketball program because it cost too much. So I know that struggle personally, and I put it into song. Me as an artist, I started probably making music professionally when I was 17. And I say professional meaning I began taking it seriously and began performing. My first performance was at Dominion High School in 2009 when I was 17 years old. And the feeling I got from seeing high school students, take pictures of me and want to, chant my name and things like that. It was about 15 people, of course. But it still felt amazing, It still was a great time, and it's something that opened my eyes to maybe this is actually possible. Later, I performed right here in San Pedro, a couple of blocks over at the Well and Ale opening for artists like Nipsey Hussle and YG, who are also LA-based artists. And I had the opportunity to open up for them before they got, extremely famous. And I was able to display my talents there also and broaden my fan base. And I also did some time with pop group Mindless Behavior. I was able to travel with them. Mindless Behavior is a group that my aunt Keisha Gamble manages and created, and she sent me on a tour to gain some tour experience, to gain knowledge of what this life is like, and to be sure that is what I want to do, as well as prepare me. It was prepare me, and it was to get my name out into the public a little more, to get me to meet with fans and broaden my fan base. And I think it worked. It made me definitely put the stamp on this as a career, and this is what I want to do. I want to inspire, I want to uplift through music. In the future, immediate future, after graduation, I plan to continue recording over the summer and making visuals to my music and meeting with more people and traveling and spreading the 1% movement and making it more relevant. Today I spoke a lot about myself as an artist, but I want to develop the movement into something much bigger than me as an artist. I want to develop it into something that inspires a culture, inspires a generation, and really changes the way things are. I hope to bring awareness to things from police brutalities to something like having an abusive family. And hopefully I can inspire individuals, I can inspire groups to speak out and do the same. Thank you.
My name is Anna Radolfi, and today I'm going to talk about police characters, which is my topic. So, first of all, let's start with a little bit of a definition. What is character design? It is a process that comes after the characterization and consists in defining the character for his or her physical appearance. When we do a character, we need to consider like a little fictional creature, can be human or animal or object, and it has to please the audience and its creator for the public. How did I start this project? As you can see, this is one of my characters, one of the first that I made, and I actually realized that I started this project when I was like 14 years old, even younger, I guess. I was always interested in cartoons and storylines, mostly like cartoons. So when I started doing this project, I was making a sketchbook of all my drawings, and in doing so, I connected my old drawings to my new drawings, and I started making up storylines. This is one of my little cartoons. It's called Confused Creatures. I was only a kid back then, so of course my stories and as well as my drawings reflected my thoughts and my ideas and my interests at the time, which were definitely different from what I draw now. And this one is called In Love. The medium I use, if you guys are interested, is digital illustrations. So I made all these cartoons, first of all, pencil and on my sketchbook. Then I scanned them, put them on a computer, and worked on them on Illustrator. As time passed, of course, my drawings and my stories gradually changed and started to reflect more my character views. And you can see that my style is a little different from these cartoons to these ones. It's still the same style, but the character changes and the personality changes too. And like this one has more faces, more positions and stuff. So through the years, I kept drawing, sketching, and making up stories for newer, different, and more intricate images. You can see that, of course, this is not a drawing that I made when I was a kid. Because you can see the crocodile is like smoking and cartoon. So I try to like look at characters, people I know, and like try to imitate them in my characters. I came to the point where I decided to incorporate all my views and my works from the past, the present, and the future into one single piece. This is when I started creating all my little characters, and I put them in a book. And this is like a cartoon that I want to develop in my future. And it's called Animals United. So this project definitely came in handy because it helped me realize what I wanted to do with my actual work. In fact, with my characters, I want the audience to relate to them, to their personalities, and to their roots. I want people who look at them to be like, oh, that could be me, or looks like me, has my same personality, has the personality of a friend, or family, or someone you know. Why did I do this project? I wanted to show time change, so how my views changed from when I was a kid to now. I wanted to express my ideas to my audience, and I wanted to do some research to artists that have work similar to mine. So from the past to the present, my works reflected how my style has changed and developed through the years. You can see how I started by doing like little humans. This for instance had like watermelon and melon, and I went through that to like animals, which is more what I do today, like little animals with human-like characteristics. I also wanted to show the audience what my artistic view and my interests are, and how they change through the time. So from when I started with my little characters, I incorporated it into one big piece. And I call this Blue Punch, which is all my characters together, and you can see how this could be like put in a book or a cartoon or a series, which is kind of what I want to do when I draw. I also wanted to compare and contrast my work to other artists' work that have similar ideas with mine, and I hope that their work influences and helps me better my work, of course. So let's start with a little bit of history. Character design for animation has always been part of our life, even if we don't realize it. It can originate from anything. It can be a simple rock on the beach, a car, an animal, or a human being. There are many factors within the creation of a character, and it can go as far as the artist's imagination soars. So it can be anything. The key essential elements for character design are simple. Silhouette, which is the outer shape, and it has to be clear and unique. The value, which is the lights and the darks that provide effective contrast. The color, which is meaningful and probably one of the most important things. And it's compelling. And the versatility, which is the details of the design that have to be flexible. And the iconic, which is striking and memorable imagery. During the golden age of animation in America, that expanded that through the world, theatrical cartoons became an integral part of the popular culture. So these years are actually defined by some of the people that I chose to talk about later on, like Walt Disney with Mickey Mouse, Donald Duck, and Silly Symphonies, which is like some of his early works, and Warner Brothers, MGM, and Fisher with Betty Boop and Popeye. I don't know if you guys are familiar with that. The artists that I decided to talk about are Walt Disney, which is the older one, and then Eugenio Staffi, which I'm pretty sure you guys are not familiar that much. He's an Italian artist, and he's a more like current kind of artist, So Walt Disney. He was born in 1901, and his actual name is Walter Elias Walt Disney. He was an American business magnate, cartoonist, animator, voice actor, and film producer. And you can see Sam was younger. The word example I choose to describe, which is similar and different at the same time to my work, it's Mickey Mouse. I'm sure everyone knows about it. That's a picture of, the first Mickey Mouse and then how it went to the color version and the one that we see today. So what's different and what's similar to my work? It works, this work is similar because I also like to draw animals that have human-like characteristics. And it's a fair because Mickey Mouse is a very simple character. It's basic, the colors are basic, and the lines are basic. It doesn't have any fire details, except for maybe the buttons on his dress, but that's it. And my characters are a little more intricate and have a lot more details than Mickey Mouse. Eugenio Staffin, he was born in 1965 on May 30th. He's the founder and CEO of Rainbow SRL, and he's the creator of the most famous product, which is pretty much what he became famous for, and it's called the Wings Club. And that's it. He looks very Italian. The work example is this one, and Yoli made this one, but he became so famous and popular with it, so everyone got to know him, and it's called Wings Club. This work is similar to what I do because it incorporates the Japanese details like manga to drawings that are made on Italian 3D. And that's why it's similar to mine, because if you can see, my drawings have some kind of manga details in them too. Mostly the humans that I made. And the colors he uses are bright and they attract the audience, so it's definitely very similar to what I do. I love putting colors and things that will attract the audience's view. But in the fairs, because he always has the same storyline, and it will always attract a young generation of people. While my work, it kind of leads from the young generation to a more adult one. So I can see my cartoons actually attracting people of our age as well. Why are they significant to my work? For one thing, Mickey Mouse is, I can see that Walt Disney created a simple character and it developed to a modern, intricate model. So that's kind of what I did with my characters. The Wings Club, on the other hand, it shows different cultures, backgrounds, and ideas that incorporate in one single piece. So that's kind of what I'm doing with my characters as well. I'm incorporating all of them into one single piece, and all of them have different characteristics and cultures and backgrounds. They are making progress. This is another one of my cartoons. It's called Lucky the Ladybug. So step one, what did I do? I organized all my artworks. I put them in order from the oldest to the latest one. This is one of the oldest one, which is called Glory the Cow. Then I add the storylines to the newest ones, and I compare it with my oldest one to see how my style changed and my views and my ideas change. This is actually one of the oldest ones, which looks a lot like the one you saw before, but it came later, and it's called With the Horse. I also wanted, as a step 3, to show the mediums that I used at the beginning, which was pencils and paper, and color pencils. And I transformed that to a digital illustration. So, as I said before, I scanned them and put them on the computer, and I started using Photoshop and Illustrator. And I even started using Maya, but I'm gonna stick with 2D for a while. I like it more. This Crash the Bunny. How did I develop this process? As you saw, these are the old ones that I made. The first probably characters I started making. Pear, orange, cherry, and strawberries. So my pre-production plans. Organized my ideas and storylines, and I looked at the old and new drawings, as well as new and old spec sketchbooks, so I had a lot at home, so I started organizing them. I started doing some research on artists that inspire me, like Walt Disney and Jimmy Stoffi. Then I put all my significant work and I organized it from oldest to latest. I compared it and contrasted to the artists I chose. What I want to do later on with my work is, as the years pass by, keep drawing, keep sketching, keep developing more characters, and I want to try to use new mediums, new styles, new ideas, and I want to see how my work keeps changing for the time. This is like my absolute latest one, which is called Back to the Pink. So what is my work about? My work is about the development of my characters from fine arts, like painting and drawing, to digital media, using Adobe Photoshop, Illustrator, and InDesign, even though I use more Illustrator, and Maya. The making of my project. It focused a lot on how through the years I learned new and more intricate ways to develop my characters. I discovered, thanks to Verma, new digital programs that I had no idea what they were before. And I combined pencil drawings with programs like Maya and Illustrator. This is another one of my latest one, and it's called Strange Creatures. So that's Mickey Mouse, as you saw, from Walt Disney, and that's Fuzzy the Bear, which is made with Maya. That's one of my characters that I made with Maya. They both have cartoon-like characteristics. They are both animal, and they both have human-like characteristics and personalities. They started from a drawing by hand to digital graphics like Maya and Illustrator. They are different ages. The time periods is it keeps developing, and one is made in black and white, the other one is in color. One speaks, the other one doesn't. Not yet, at least. This one's called Compare the Wings Club, and my other Maya project, which is called Bugging. They both fly. They are both made using Maya. They both have bright colors that attract the viewer's attention, and they both have unique and fun and witty personalities. The wings speak. My bug doesn't. Again, not yet. And one is a cartoon series, the other one is only one single character. One is human, the other is an animal. So what I see in my future is my work continuing in a further development of my characters. And my next piece will actually focus on the development of my characters, and probably an episode where they're animated and they have a storyline. What I want to do for my future goals is working in an advertising company, if I can, here in California. And my dream is to actually make like advertising and magazine covers, TV8, and using my BA. But if things don't work out for me in the United States, then I'll probably go back and start my career over there as a graphic designer. And thank you for watching.
We have time for one question. Yes.
Do you notice the difference between the art that you grew up watching in Italy compared to what kids watch here?
It's pretty much the same. Like we have the same cartoons and same like Cartoon Networks, here
It's
over
just
there.
no voices.
It's very similar, but the only thing they change is the voice, like names and all that stuff is completely different over there. So it's a little bit.
Welcome everyone, my name is Alexis Garcia, and I decided to do my senior capstone project on a short film titled Home. Home is about a coming-of-age short film where a young girl named Charlie appears to have everything going right for her. She has a great job, she has a great relationship, and she's on her way to getting her degree. However, in one day, she loses everything. Charlie finds herself evicted from her home, and with little money to support herself, she decides that the only alternative is to live in her car. So I got inspiration for this project when I was on Tumblr one night scrolling. I came across this picture, and the caption was, "Never been this broke and never been this happy," and that just sparked something inside of me where I was like, okay, how is this person happy and broke and living in a car? So that made me like look further into the page, and I saw more pictures like this, and like I said, it just questions came at me, and I was thinking, like, why would anyone really choose this kind of lifestyle? So when I looked deeper into the blog, I found out it was from this guy, and his name is Forrest Mankins. And when I opened his blog, it said "A Life Alive," and the caption was, "My name is Forrest Mankins. I'm 26, and I just spent the last 8 months living in my 1984 Toyota Land Cruiser from Oklahoma to the Arctic Circle while making a documentary." So it also kind of interests me. I was like, wow, this guy's like not just a photographer, but he's also a documentary filmmaker, and he's decided to, make comfortable living in the back of his car. Also, because Forrest does have a blog, that made me think, okay, what if I make my character also have a blog, so they could be somewhat related in that sense. But I was really, really unsure about what kind of genre film that I wanted to create, and it wasn't until I was asked what are some of my 3 favorite movies just off the top of my head, and these are the 3: Mean Girls, Wizard of Oz, and A Silver Linings Playbook. That's when I realized that even though these films are different, like one's a comedy, one's more of a musical, and one's more of a drama, I realized that they all had to do with growing up and had to do with coming of age. And so that's when I realized that I was really interested in this kind of storytelling. Also, I personally went through a lot of struggles before making this film. I had to deal with breakups, I had to deal with losing a job, and I had to also deal with homelessness. So lucky for me, unlike my character, I did not have to deal with this all in one day, but that's where I got my inspiration from. So I need to do some research on this kind of stuff. So my research consists of analyzing coming-of-age films and how they address narrative storytelling at its finest through their initial origin, recurring themes, and also the commercial and critical significance that they have in classic to modern cinema. Okay, so first I looked at rites of passage because that's something that everyone goes through. And according to Cassandra Delaney, a famous psychologist, rites of passage have 4 basic parts. First, the individual must be separated from society. Secondly, they must have guidance from an elder or someone to guide them on their way. Also, thirdly, that's when the significant transition takes place. And lastly, they are brought back into society with the acknowledgement that they made this great transition and that they're in a new place in society. So an example of that would be what we're all going to be doing soon, is graduating. So first I started with that, and then I looked at some filmmakers of the past. D.W. Griffith, he's considered the father of film, and he was born in 1875. He introduced a lot of shorter takes and added more close-up shots and focused on advanced editing. So he really was doing stuff that people had never done in film before. One of his biggest success movies was Birth of a Nation, which came out in 1915. His ideas just revolutionized filmmaking. He made the audience reflect on their inner emotions and thoughts, and although this film is really controversial and very racist, it's one of the most well-known films of our time. But specifically, I was looking into his film Broken Blossoms, which is one of the best examples of a coming-of-age film for the 1950s. The story incorporates an idea of a young ingenue, and an ingenue is the type of innocence that is vitally adolescent because it's always on the edge of disappearing, it's out of date, it's under threat, or it's already compromised by the necessities of life and the demands of growing up. So So basically, this young girl is going through a big change in her life. She's trying to marry someone that her father doesn't approve of, which is kind of standard, I guess. And so that's what the film is about, and that's what I kind of wanted to focus my film on, like the ingenue type part of this film. Another influence I had was the movie To Kill a Mockingbird, which came out in 1962. It was directed by Robert Mulligan, and it's a drama. Most of you know it from the book by Harper Lee. It's just one of those great movies and books where it just talks about every single issue, but most importantly, it talks about how Scout loses her innocence, and she learns like about the real world through her father defending a black man during a time where it wasn't right to do that. So that was a film where I realized, okay, this is a great example of someone coming of age and learning about life. Another big inspiration for me that's more contemporary was John Hughes. He's directed a lot of classic 80s movies, and he possessed the ability to really show the growing pains of life on screen for young adults, and I really liked his simple concepts and the mixture that he had of comedy but also drama. So one of his biggest films is The Breakfast Club. I really liked the narration aspect of the film in the beginning, and also I liked how it was a simple concept. It was about 4 or 5 high school students getting Saturday detention, and you really see like the development from the beginning to the end. They change and they actually grow up and learn more about each other. So it has a coming of age storyline. Here's a picture. So like in the beginning of the film, something like that would be like more funny and like lighthearted, and it would really like make your audience like pay attention. But then towards the end of the film, the students like have to talk to each other about really serious things, and that's kind of what I wanted my film to be like. So when I did start, first I had to start the writing process, and one of the biggest aspects of writing is the hero's journey, which American scholar Joseph Campbell says it's a pattern of narrative identified that appears in drama, storytelling, myths, rituals, psychological development as well. There's about 12 steps. I wish I could go through all of them, but I don't have time. But basically, a character goes through all of these steps in order to have a certain story. So I'll give you one example of my character's hero's journey. This is the second stage. It's called the call to adventure. When Charlie loses her home and her job and her boyfriend, she has to figure out where she must live. And that's kind of like her call to adventure. Like, she didn't want this to happen, but it happened and it changed her life. So this was my project timeline, roughly, when I first came up with. I wanted to try to hit these dates all perfectly, but unfortunately, towards the end, I did have to take a little bit more time shooting than I expected and had to work around a lot of people's schedules. So that was the most difficult, and then also post took a very long time to edit and get the finalized product. So the next step after I wrote it and made a project timeline was to cast. And I actually did a test project my junior year, which with my friends, and I asked them to read. And it turned out that they were actually really good with the parts, and I really liked what they were doing. I didn't have to, tell them too much. Like, they understood the characters, and that's what I really wanted. Like, I wanted someone for Maddie to be like positive and energetic, but also kind of have like this really like nurturing side as well. And then I wanted my character Charlie to just be like someone who's kind of sarcastic and kind of down, but like also going through so much and she needs to lean on her friend. So then the next step was crewing, and luckily I was able to find very nice people to help me. touch them. And of course, there's always mishaps that happen. Like I said, I had to alter a lot of schedules and weather conditions. It started to rain. I had to like get out before it started pouring. And also I had to cut a scene, like I said. Well, there's supposed to be a picture of Avid on there, but Avid does not like me. I use Avid Media Composer to edit my film, and this probably took the longest out of everything. I was here every Friday working on it. I was the last person to leave, and just a lot of, making sure there was continuity in my shots. Then I had to go through sound, where I put a couple of my clips into Audition to take out some of the background noise. This took a little bit of time. And then finally, I wanted to incorporate text messages into my film because I felt like it was more modern, and this is like a more modern story. So I felt like that's something that like people see like on House of Cards nowadays. Like that's something where the text messages pop up instead of just giving you a shot of someone with their cell phone. I wanted to try to push myself to do this, and so luckily I found a template that helped me out, and this was like the last process of the film. So here's the finished work with my title. And for the continuation of my film, I'd like to put it in film festivals and probably fix it a little bit more before I do. Also, I could see myself adding more scenes to it and maybe making it a little bit longer. Right now it's only 8 minutes, but I mean, maybe 15, I don't know. And my future goals after graduation, I plan on becoming a producer, so I'm going to have to start as PA first and work my way up. Preferably, I'd like to do television, but I love movies too. And then ultimately, one day, I would like to save up money so that I could go to graduate school, and hopefully, maybe one day, once I'm older, become a professor at the university. And there's my contact info. Thank you.
I just really want to commend you. That was really an excellent
Thank you.
presentation. It was full of the history and the theory of the particular genre you're working in, and it explained your process and your work very well. So,
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Rene Garcia, and this is my own worst enemy, the history of visual effects. My own worst enemy tells the story of a lonely man who started to hallucinate a version of himself who wanted to improve his own life, but the man rejected it, and soon it became almost a battle for control of his own life when his solution decided to take over. The story went through so many revisions. It originally started off as a romantic drama, then became a romantic comedy, and before becoming a black comedy about an identity crisis. Going well into that detail, it started off being a romantic drama that was going to explore the birth and end of a couple's relationship, and how whether or not they want to give it a second chance. But then I decided to abandon that aspect, the romantic drama, in favor of a new concept that was inspired by P3 stories. One was Orphan Black's The Double, and an episode of Twilight Zone of Nervous Man in a $4 room. Orphan Black is a sci-fi series that focused on Sarah Manning, played by Tastina Masseline, a woman who discovered that she's just one of many clones that were created from a science experiment. Haldina, she played 11 clones so far in the show, with these 5 characters being the main focus of these shows. And honestly, being an actor, I was kind of surprised by how well she played these characters, to the point that honestly spent some time actually asking, is that really the same actress when they're together? To begin this project, I decided to dwell into the concept of doppelgangers because recently I've been watching a lot of that aspect, either through shows or movie-wise, like The Double. Doppelgangers, which is basically a lookalike or a double of a living person, who usually is portrayed almost as a paranormal phenomenon. And usually in some tradition, it's usually a sign of bad luck. If you see it, that usually means that you're about to die, or if someone else sees your double, that's a sign that something bad's gonna happen to them. The concept itself of alter egos and double spirit has appeared in folklore, myth, religious concepts, and tradition that's found in many cultures throughout human history, like ancient Egypt, Norse mythology, and Greek mythology. Going into the ancient Egypt mythology, in mythology there was a Kai, was a tangible spirit double, having the same memories and feelings as the person who the counterpart belonged to. In one myth, the Greek princess, and it was basically Egyptian view of the Trojan War, where a Kai of Helena was used to mislead Paris of Troy, helping to stop the war. And in Norse mythology, there was a Vanderger, a doppelganger that was a ghostly double that preceded a living person performing their action in advance. There were many stories like this one, the Emily Saggy tale, where she doesn't really saw her doppelganger, but many people have witnessed this phenomenon, standing beside her, mirroring her every movement, and stood beside her, doing everything she does. During my project, there were so many questions I asked myself. Can I tell the story that what I have with the props? Like, can I use my own stuff? Can I use area aspects? And wanted to see if I was able to create my doppelganger through visual effects using After Effects. Birth of Cinema in 1890. The birth of cinema began in 1895 in Paris when the Lumiere brothers introduced their own device of cinematography. In the early 1890s, W.K.L. Dickinson, an assistant to Edison, developed the kinograph, a form of camera. And one of these films included that it made was the world's first known special effects shots, The Execution of Mary, Queen of Scots by Alfred Clark, and that was released in 1895. One of the historical references I went to was George Billies, who was the father of special effects. He spent his time producing stage illustrations, and he witnessed one of his first Lumiere shows where he wanted to purchase a device for use with Edison Kinescope, where he used it to produce one-hour films, movie versions, where he accidentally discovered stop action for himself. And using it, he used stop motions, double exposures, slow motions, dissolves, and perspective tricks amongst one of them. One of his one-shot films that he worked on was The Man Band, where he multiplied himself and sitting each chair one by one with different music equipment and essentially become his own instrumental band, conducting living pieces of music. For modern days, I look into Richard Anderson, an English actor, comedian who just recently began directing. He made his director debut in 2010 with the movie Submarine, and he just recently released his second film, The Double. The Double was based on a novella by Fred Dostoevsky. It was a story about a lonely man played by Jason Eisenberg who undergoing a mental breakdown when he discovered he has his own doppelganger. The film used rotoscope to create the visual effects of this doppelganger. So there were other aspects that I did into research of the twinning effect, which is the process of a single actor playing two characters at once. This is a big challenge for visual effects artists who has to come with these shots, making sure that these actors appear on screen together and work with it seamlessly. In the show Orphan Blacks, they actually shot it 3 times, each being different. The Allison shots, where she just plays Allison, the woman in pink sweater. Then the next shot they did where she played Cosima, who's sitting in the couch with a double, helping her actress out do the movement perfectly to order to reflect it on the first shot. And the third is Sarah, where she plays Sarah, and where she's just sitting around, just pretending to be listening to these 2 characters as there's assistant to help out, just telling her the lines what's being said, so that when the visual effects artists are able to combine these 3 shots together into one. I look into green screen as a possible aspect of achieving this, where it's a post-production technique for composing 2 images or video streaming together based on the color hue. And I kind of wanted to do that aspect. By then I went to rotoscoping, which is an animation technique in which you draw or add a visual effects layer into the shot you're doing. In my case was putting my doppelganger into the film, into the shot that I wanted to put into it. And fortunately After Effects is able to do that and help me out very well with this. Rotoscope was a technique invented by Max Flixley, who's well known for his animation cartoons. He projected motion films onto a false glass panel and traced the image on the glass 1 frame at a time to help create his realistic animations. My film process has been like the most difficult aspect of it. It's just like I try to come up with different stories. That's been my process. I keep thinking of one story, but then I miss it instantly in favor of another one, and then I keep working on it. Then I reject it, and then work on another. For pre-production, I went through so many. I really thought of where I wanted to shoot, and I wanted to shoot it at my home or in the school, basically places where I can go in right away when I want to and shoot it anytime I want. This is my timeline. It took like the entire senior year to actually get my project done. My last fall was spent on pre-production, on writing, and then before I proceeded to work on shooting the film and then edit it. That editing actually took place between late November all the way to April, with most of the post-production spent on After Effects to work on these special effects. Dwelling into these ideas, the best I can describe is this little scene where it's like the idea has been spent so much time, it's gone through so much effort. It went through so many rough aspects, just coming up with ideas and then getting mistakes, issues. I keep dismissing it. I thought of Second Chance, a romantic drama about beginning and end and renewal of a relationship. I dismissed that. Made it about boys meet girls, a shy boy who's trying to admit his feelings for a girl. Did not like that. I didn't like that aspect. I immediately dismissed it in favor of My Own Worst Enemy, which was inspired by a scene where my character in Boys Meet Girl actually talked to his hallucination, a double version of himself. And I kind of like that aspect, so I immediately decided to tackle that story head on with my short film. The locations, as I mentioned earlier, was spent either shot in my home or at Marymount's waterfront campus or at Ocean View. For the equipment I used briefly Canon 5D, but then there was a point where people started checking that equipment out a lot that I decided to look for other cameras that haven't been used often, which was the Rebel T6i, and I fell in love with it. A camera that I decided to use that as my main camera. Most of my shooting days are lasted for an hour or three, which most of them is focused on shooting one scene. And they usually do last 3 hours precisely because I have to shoot it multiple times for version where I'm playing character A or then character B. And then I have to shot it to different positions so that if in case I make a mistake, I could easily correct it by cutting it out and replacing it with another shot so you won't notice it. For editing, I use Adobe Premiere because the fact that I was going to use After Effects, and I kind of thought it would be better for me if I use Adobe programs to help me out, make it more easier for me. For post-production, After Effects was the biggest one that I use. As you can see, I have to, like, in order to create the effect, I have to gently draw a line on myself and hopefully get it to After Effects to work so that put two shots together into one aspect, so that when I draw the line and tell After Effects, I want you to take my character out of one shot and put it together in the next to the image I have underneath. It actually led some trouble because the fact that in this scene where my character was being chased by his doppelganger, he gets further away, which made it difficult for After Effects to trace it because it's trying to figure out where I'm going, what's happening to me, because it's going like, okay, you want yourself in, but then it's getting closer and closer. It kind of has to take the background as well, just to understand what's going on. So I had to spend time frame by frame, making sure it knows where I am for it to understand and put it into the image. When I'm not using rotoscope, I use split screen where I just shoot myself where I'm in one end of the image and the other where I'm the other end, and simply just draw a line essentially to be able to combine the two images. And the clip I'm about to play you is where he met his doppelganger.
This is probably that, well, as I said, I'm more confident, better person. I'm not that shy, I don't take any risk trying to build in, but there are others, second person. I'm here. And I said, I'm not there. That's really good, but more confident person. Someone will take the do everything I can to figure out, make friends, be happy, find people, follow up, you know? All I am doing is follow, listen to what I have to say, okay? To do that, everything I say and repeat okay? What do you say? My inner life for adventure, with friends, loved ones, huh? Is that to do? What do you think? No.
All the three inspiration I used, the biggest one was the double, and both of my project and the movie have some similarity but differences. Both of them focus on a lonely man who encounters doppelganger, and both are within the dark comedy genre. But the big difference is how it looked, the feel and the look. The double had a film noir-like feel in contrast to my brighter comedic look. And the double had a love story being the main focus of it, which originally that was the plan for my project, but I felt like I didn't have enough time to dwell into it and develop it so well, so I decided to scrap it in favor of just focusing on his encounter with doppelganger. After graduation, I plan on being a film editor and hopefully build some connection through my job in order to help sell myself as a film director. I'm planning on releasing my short film in film festivals and hopefully promote myself as a film director and hope to get hired. Thank you.
Question for Renee. Any questions?
How much fun did you have shooting that?
It actually really was a lot of fun, just especially when I'm doing After Effects to put the effects in, because it can be frustrating working with After Effects in terms of using rotoscope. But I actually enjoyed the challenge, and I think that's what got me through working on this project, because knowing that it's going to be hard acting, besides talking to just say nothing, and then have to do it again, and hopefully when I combine the two images, feels natural. And I actually, well, yeah, I love the challenge. I was glad to do it, and I kind of want to do it again, probably expand on the project even bigger.
Other questions for Renee? Okay, last question, Renee. Now you have worked on films where you had to bring in talent,
Yes.
and now that you've worked on this film where you are the talent, which one's easier to schedule? Which one's the easiest to schedule?
Schedule. I would say myself because of the fact that I didn't have to worry about contradicting other people's schedules. So like, some of the scene I actually shot like right in the morning. Like I immediately woke up, I took my camera and I immediately shot one of my scenes, which probably would not have happened if I was like, calling my actors like, hey, I have an idea, I have a scene, I wrote it. Would it be okay if you come like 6 in the morning? And I'm pretty sure they would say no, unless they were really dedicated. So I felt like, at least this way, working on myself as an actor, I don't have to worry about scheduling. I feel like saying, okay, I have a scene, I want to attack it right now. Don't have to worry about having to like wait for someone else to like have a free schedule to work on it.
Okay, thank you.
My name is Don Haynes, and the title of my senior capstone is Sky's the Limit. So, Sky's the Limit is a documentary exploring the many beneficial roles that drones have in our society today. Drones are also commonly referred to as UAVs, which stands for Unmanned Aerial Vehicles. So the drone is revolutionizing not only the film industry, but many other aspects of society. I'll just name a few, including agriculture, search and rescue, law enforcement, construction, military reconnaissance, and many more. So the reason I chose this project is because as a filmmaker, new tools and technologies are paving the way for the medium of film. And the drone represents one of the latest advancements in capturing images from an aerial perspective. I actually own a DJI Phantom 3 drone, which is on the screen. This drone is truly a technical feat. It has a built-on 4K camera, which provides ultra-high-def video, and also a 3-axis gimbal, which provides silky smooth videos you guys can see. All of these shots you're seeing right now, I've taken with my drone in the past year since purchasing it. This drone is one of the entry-level drones that DJI makes, costing around $1,200. I think now it's even cheaper. And the best part about my drone is I'm able to take it everywhere I go because it's so lightweight and versatile. As you guys can see, I've taken it into canyons, I've taken it along PCH, pretty much any vacation I go. And that provides me with something really cool. I get to see how people react to it, both good and bad. And that's what really sparked my interest to make my documentary. So the media is another main influence in why I wanted to make this documentary. The main stories that are covered by the media today are about how drones will destroy privacy and cause massive problems for aviation. And with all of this negative portrayal in the media, and knowing the other side of actually owning a drone and not spying on people, that's what really influenced me into making it. I felt as if the acceptance for drones was diminishing at a very rapid rate due to all of these news stories, and that's why I set out to make my documentary. to share and inform the public about the different positive uses which they might be unaware of, and to shed light on many benefits that this new technology has in helping our society. So, to research this, I had to go and find a bunch of things about drones, but I specifically chose to research the idea of blending the concepts of flight and photography throughout history, and also how the world wars influenced the development of drones, and the technical evolution of drones. So, before we can even talk about drones, we have to go back over 150 years as men and women of vision first explored what might be possible and then experimented to make it a reality. The bottom photo is a perfect example. It is one of the first photos taken of the Wright brothers glider in 1903, and that's really a huge thing in history for aviation. But even before the Wright brothers, there were pioneers taken to the sky. On the left hand of the screen, there's Gaspar Felix, who was also known as Nadar at the time. He took a hot air balloon over the city of Paris in 1858 and captured the world's first aerial photograph, which sadly no longer exists, otherwise I'd love to show it to you. And then fast forward some 40 years to Samuel Franklin Cody, who patented his Cody kite in 1901, which you can see in the middle of the screen. He took this kite and soared over 1,000 feet in the air, which is incredibly dangerous, but he brought along a camera and took photos for the Royal British Navy. And then a few years later, the Bavarian Pigeon Corps was founded in 1903, and basically what this was set out to do was attach small cameras to pigeons that had timed shutters so they would fly over special events, and then those photos would be sold into postcards, which was revolutionary at the time. And that idea of not having human involvement with capturing photos is a huge step in the development of drones. So, the war influence. That idea of not having humans be endangered and have things actually do missions is another influence. And as World War I was approaching, they knew that they needed some type of technology to drop bombs in places where it was too unsafe for human beings to go. So that's what led to the first development of the Kettering bug. The Kettering bug was one of the world's first self-flying aerial torpedoes designed by Orville Wright and Charles F. Kettering in 1918, which was a secret project. And on screen you can see this is the Kettering bug. It was a very simple UAV because all it was a bomb attached to wings and an engine. So Kettering would calculate the wind speed and the distance to the target, and then calculate the number of revolutions that the engine needed to have to take it to that. So it was very simple, but at the time revolutionary. And then throughout the war, in the period of World War I and World War II, there were many advancements in radio technology and remote controlled vehicles, which you can see behind me. And that's really what sped up the evolution of drones. And the military started using that technology. And they created the BAT. The BAT was pretty much just a 1,000 to 2,000 pound bomb with remote controlled rudders, and it had a wing. So it was used to bypass German air defenses near the end of World War II. It would be guided by bombardiers and B-17s, as you can see in the photo, and it was very revolutionary at the time. Fast forwarding to the next major war, which was Vietnam. The development of drones had been crazy influenced by the BAT, and now we have the Ryan Firebrew drone, which is pictured. These drones there were over 1,000 of these drones used in the war, and there was over, I think, 34,000 operational missions used to survey the land in North Vietnam over the Ho Chi Minh Trail. And then again, fast forwarding to the late 1980s and 90s, when computers started to become more advanced and the electronic control systems became revolutionary. And the drones started getting all of these technologies, and the military started equipping drones with missiles. And then I think most of you guys know this next photo, the Predator drone. So the events of September 11, 2001 changed our country in so many ways, including how the military, and most particularly the CIA, believed the Predator drone could and should be used. And then, of course, with any technology that the military had, it eventually spilled over into the civilian sector, and drones became available to the public. So at first it was only for commercial and business applications until now where any of us can go out and buy one pretty much. Drone uses have skyrocketed in the private sector. I believe the economic impact is around $82 billion, or estimated to be $82 billion between now and 2025, and creating 100,000 jobs in that process. And it seems that every day there's a new use for making life easier with drones. So that's where my project came in. I spent several days researching who I would want to be in my film as the experts in drones. And it was important to me to have actual professionals in the field who were dealing with all areas of drone usage and development so I could gain their knowledge. So I sent a slew of emails out to drone companies, including DJI, 3DR, Parrot, and even the FAA, which you can see their logos. But sadly, none of them responded. So I had to take a new approach. So I found a local drone expo here in Los Angeles, and I started emailing those companies, and luckily, the first person who accepted my interview was Daryl Manciato, who is the founder of Action Drone USA. Daryl's company focuses on building small UAVs for agricultural purposes, so he can monitor fields, see which spots of the farm need to be better, maintained, and it really helps farmers save time and energy and money. The second person I interviewed was Ryan Howley, who was a Port of Los Angeles police lieutenant who deals with drone usage in the South Bay area. He was very informed in the proper etiquette of dealing with drones in this area, and especially nationwide. And he taught me a lot about how drones are used for search and rescue and law enforcement. And then the third person I interviewed was Frank Tobichi, who is the owner of Defy Agency. He is a special effects visual artist in the LA area. He works on shows such as Sons of Anarchy, Community, and many more. He, like myself, is just an enthused hobbyist about drones, so he kind of gave me that perspective. So each interview that I had was around 45 minutes to an hour, so it gave me plenty of footage to edit with. I started creating a narrative flow with each interview. I noticed each person kind of had similar topics, so I kind of grouped them together and made a version of my film. I made several versions, different B-roll, music, etc. But after many hours of writing questions, setting up interviews, filming, editing, and organizing the entire film, I ended up with an 11-minute documentary which shows the positive uses that drones offer to our society. So my future goals, I currently have an internship at the Port of Los Angeles on their media team, which I've had for 4 years and will continue to work there over the summer. I make short 2 to 3 minute videos about the events that are happening here in San Pedro that the port posts. And then here, one of my favorite photos. This was on a go-kart, pretty much just filming one of the events here. But I plan to eventually get my pilot's license so I can fly drones for the movie business, or even helicopters, which would be cool. And if all else fails, I'm going to continue my passion for cinematography and keep on practicing. And then, of course, if all else fails, I bought a cool hat. Thank you.
Hi everyone, thank you for coming out. My name is Carla Corson and I did a documentary on nature and benefits of nature called Get Out, Get Lost. Like I said, it's a documentary short film which explores the social, mental, physical, and spiritual benefits of going outdoors and exploring. To do this, I interviewed camp counselors, retreat programmers, community psychologists, and nature lovers alike. So the conception of my project. I've always had a love for nature. It was instilled by my parents. We would go camping at various state beaches up and down the coast of Atlantic, California. This is my brother. We go fishing whenever we go out, which has always been fun for me. When I came to college, I started exploring on my own, with my own free time, and then I eventually started bringing friends out with me. This trip I took is actually the inspiration for my project. This trip, I went to the Grand Canyon with my friends pictured above, and one of my friends on the trip, she wasn't as enthused as I was about the Grand Canyon, And she said, why are we driving around a canyon and looking at the same angles of the same rock? Which was really like mind-blowing for me because I grew up with my family who loves nature, but I also grew up with friends who love nature, so when I came to college and realized that not everybody shares that love for nature, I wanted to be able to bring awareness to why people should come out and go explore nature and all that kind of stuff. The importance of state parks, so as you can see, California has a lot of state parks. We have the most state parks of any state in the country, and even within the Los Angeles area, we have so many state parks within a range of like 30 minutes to 2 hours away. And not even just state parks, but we have a bunch of national parks, like Death Valley is one of the largest in California. So why should I care about all of this? California has one of the most unique environments. There are environments within California that you cannot find anywhere else in the world, such as sequoias. Giant sequoias are only found within California, and Northern California specifically. And so it's important to keep these state parks and national parks open so that we can preserve these for years to come. In 2003, the park attendance has declined by 23% at the state parks level. A lot of the visitors come during free park days, which is great, but that means that there's no revenue coming into the parks. And 2 or 3 years ago, California was thinking about closing a bunch of these state parks to help with the budget deficit, but it only would have helped by 0.14% of the budget deficit with closing 70 of these parks. So that's why I wanted to get people to come out and explore like state parks so that we could keep these open for our kids later on in life. When I started research, these were the 3 main questions I had. Where did documentaries get its start? When did nature documentaries gain popularity? Who are some of the biggest names in documentary filmmaking and why? So, as all things, we have to start at the beginning. The Lumiere brothers are the first people to start like documentaries, I guess. They weren't called documentaries at the time, they were called actualities. That is the first footage of film of the train, arrival of a train at La Kuwait. Documentaries evolved when sound came into play. Voice of God documentaries became very popular. The first book written about documentaries was written by John Grierson, First Principles of Documentary. And then in the 60s, the development of the 16mm camera helped the development of documentaries because it was a very lightweight film camera that could be brought anywhere. And through that, cinema verite, truthful cinema, which we'll have to talk about later, came into play. So a brief history of nature documentaries. The genre was born in 1913. It gained popularity due to television shows and wildlife films. There were books written in the 60s and 70s about nature documentaries that defined the genre, and it became a more respected genre in the 70s when film festivals started being developed specifically for these nature films. So one of my historical references who I researched was Robert Flaherty. He did a documentary called The Nook of the North. It claims to be a true life documentary, but it was actually very, very staged. The documentary follows the man on the right and his life as an Eskimo in Alaska. At the time this was shot, it was shot in the 20s, and Eskimos didn't live that lifestyle. They didn't go out with spears and hunt seals. But he wanted to recreate that for others to see because there was no footage captured of that. But so in a way, it's kind of like truth, but it was all staged. It wasn't real life. My contemporary reference is Walt Disney and his True Life Adventure series. These 2 films are the most popular from that series. They both won Best Documentary Films for Oscars, and that lives on today in Disney Nature. They do documentary films once a year that are released around Earth Day. I don't remember what the most recent one was. It might have been the one about gorillas. I think apes was the most recent one. So one of the art styles that I wanted to recreate within my film was cinema verite and truthful cinema. As I said before, it was a movement that started thanks to this camera right here. It is often referred to as an authentic talking cinema. And it conveys action as a word through dialogue, disputes, and conversations, which is what I did with my documentary film and using interviews. So the pre-production process, I had to collect, of course, equipment to shoot with. My equipment is pictured on the right. I have a T6i and a GoPro, the GoPro which I use mostly for my time lapses. And then I had to use some of the school equipment. So I checked out a Canon 60D. I used a monopod because a lot of the interviews I did when I went on hikes with these people. So I wanted to not have to bring a giant tripod with me in hiking. The lenses below the 60D camera I brought along so that I could get a better grip of the field and have that cinema effect. And I also brought Sennheiser labs with me so that I could connect it to the interviewee. I, of course, also had to formulate questions. I had to have 4 different sets of questions, but I only have 3 of those sets of questions here. I formulated these questions based on what I wanted to get out of each individual person. So for nature lovers, I asked, why do you love nature? Why do you think people don't go outside? Why should others get out and get lost? And I asked them to describe nature in 1 word. For camp counselors, I asked them to explain where they worked and what the mission statement of that camp was, and what was the importance of camps. And for a retreat programmer, I asked, what is the importance between spirituality and nature? Have you found that nature helps others to connect to some higher power? If yes, why does it help in your opinion? So the interview process, I first interviewed Alana. Alana, she was a camper and a nature lover. She went to camp regularly as a child because she had a heart defect, and she went to a camp specifically for kids with that heart defect. There were a lot of technical difficulties when I shot that interview. It was the very first one that I shot, and unfortunately it didn't make it into my film because I didn't bring headphones on that shoot, and I wasn't recording audio correctly, so I didn't get any of the audio from that. The second interview I did was with my friend Chris Jenny. He is a master of community psychology here at Marymount, and he also loves nature. He grew up in upstate New York, so that's what really instilled like his love for nature. Another person I interviewed was my friend Ashley Cisneros. She's a nature lover and a camp counselor of sorts. She worked for the SCA, which is the Student Conservation Association, and they take urban kids from urban cities out into the wilderness. And she regularly camps and hikes on her own. Matt Broderick, who used to work here in Marymount as a security guard, worked regularly during summers as a camp counselor in New York. And he has since moved to Colorado for a job out there, where he is very excited and happy because he always said he wanted to move to the mountains. And the last person that I interviewed was Shannon Green. She's a retreat programmer and a nature lover as well. She used to work here as the campus ministry director. And in her free time, she told me that she hikes regularly with her husband. So the production process. I had to start collecting B-roll very, very early for my film. I started collecting B-roll before I even started shooting interviews. I started collecting it like the summer of 2015. The very top image on the left-hand side is an image from one of the time lapses I did in Lake George and the Mammoth Lakes. And then some of the other photos were taken on trips, like I went on a hike with my friends on the left-hand side, and then I just took photos of them. I went to Las Vegas and stopped by Red Rock Canyon.
My name is Gabriel. Gabriel, graduating in digital arts and design, hopefully the next week or 2 weeks. So my project that I chose to do for my capstone was to design a home. It was a very interesting topic for me at the time. Well, not really interesting, but new because, as you can know, digital art and design usually focuses on graphic design, not normally architecture, things in that nature. So I wanted to kind of branch off and use my knowledge in illustration, Photoshop, and Adobe InDesign, any other Adobe software that we could use to design my own building. So I'll start off with my mentor, Frank Lloyd Wright. He was born on June 8th, 1867 in Richland Center, Wisconsin. He was he was a son to William Carey Wright and Anna Lloyd Jones. The mother was a teacher for a large Welsh family at the time, and the father was a preacher and a musician. He graduated from Madison High School in 1885, which was a design school back in the day. and would lead him on to further on his study in architecture. After he graduated high school, his parents soon divorced right after, so it kind of took a toll on him because he needed to help his mother and his oldest sister with having to pay for rent and food and things like that nature. So he had to get a job right after high school. His college life, he went to the College of Engineering in the University of Wisconsin-Madison. He attended in 1885, right after he graduated high school, he attended there, so he would pursue an internship with a fellow dean of the engineering department. His name was Sullivan. With this opportunity, he was able to help his family out, and this later he pursued his career with Sullivan because he offered him a job later on down the line. He dropped out of Wisconsin in 1887 because he wasn't really feeling the necessity for school because he was more of a self-learner, and with his designs kind of just coming to mind, he thought it would be better just to pursue an internship with Sullivan later on because he would mentor him in his firm. And Sullivan, at that time, he was the father of skyscrapers, so he was the one noticeably building all the big skyscrapers in New York City at the time. So he was really well known. Unfortunately, Frank was fired from the firm because he was taking outside jobs at the time because he was an intern. He was only supposed to do jobs for the firm itself, but he was kind of doing on the side his own little business, and Sullivan found out and didn't like this, so he ended up hiring him from this firm. So soon after that, Wright opened his own business. He opens his own business and he pursues an architecture style called the Prairie style at the time. It's mostly known for its low-pitched roof, overhanging eaves, the horizontal lines, the open floor plan, and the windows are very stained. The story windows are, I think I can show you. Let me show you real quick. This is the sign right here. That's what the story window is. I couldn't really pronounce, so I needed to show you guys. So there it is. Just going back to this previous slide. As you can see, this house has elongated roofs from top all the way to the bottom. You can see it kind of stretching out. Sorry if there's a glare. But you can kind of see on the left side, the overhanging roofs. And this is going to kind of lead into what my project was about. This house is called the Robbie House in Chicago, Illinois. It was built in 1909 by Frank Lloyd Wright. As you can see, it's kind of modern for its time, well, I believe for at least 1909, and prior in 2016, kind of, you can see a little modern resemblance, which is really fascinating for Frank. That's why I personally love him. And here I just show you kind of just other images of how the home looked from the side. And you can see on the left-hand corner, just the windows, how he likes the open space, and he just wanted more open views instead of an enclosed feeling. And that's and on the right side is a picture from across the street. As you can see, it's very long. And it's low-pitched roofs, meaning it kind of looks like a small house, but on the inside it will look like if you were kind of in a little cave type of sense. When you enter the home, you'll be lower to the ground than as you are from the street level. And as you can see, this is the glass pattern I was talking about. And I'm going to lead on to organic architecture. And this is the prime emphasis of my capstone. I'll just read to you what organic architecture is. Organic architecture is a philosophy of architecture which promotes harmony between human habitation and natural world through design approaches so sympathetic and well intrigued with the site that buildings, furnishings, and surroundings become part of a unified, interrelated composition. And this was by Frank Lloyd Wright. So basically what it's saying is, as you can see on the right-hand side, it says, I like to have a free architecture. I like to have an architecture that belonged where you see it standing and was a grace to the landscape instead of a disgrace. So organic architecture is basically making a building or designing a home or building or any structure with the surroundings of nature, meaning it has to come out of nature, not you just putting it there and you just want it to be part of nature. Nature has to accept it in a way. And by this doing so, as you can see on this photo on the right-hand side, you can kind of see that the obvious shape of the building not necessarily kind of gives it life, but of how the surroundings and how it blends into the nature around it. So it kind of seems like an antique kind of ancient kind of ruin, as you can see, but it's a modern organic home, which kind of gives it the feeling of it belongs to nature, with not being a disgrace to it. There's some organic principles that have to do with the style. There's 5 of them. I'll just go through the highlighted red ones. Simplicity and repose. This is saying that good design, like in anything you do, with whether it can be a drawing to, let's just say, a senior capstone. Something can be it can be simple, but at the time repossessed, meaning that one's true work is not necessarily good design understands that for anything to be truly beautiful, that it must possess simplicity and repose. And again, simplicity and repossess is a type of I just move on to the next one. Good design is expressive to each unique circumstance. Given this, I propose that there should be as many types and styles of architecture as there are individuals. So each person that pursues a career in architecture comes up with their own unique style. It can either be from prairie to organic to modern to Gothic. You're giving it its own unique ability to express what you want to show to others in what you're making. And this goes on to growing. A building should grow from its side as nature grows from the inside out and shaped by the forces which surround it. So a flower being grown in the forest is accompanied by any other plant species that are around it, so kind of give it the same unique aspect of organic nature. The nature of the materials should be expressed throughout the building as inherent to their quality and ability. False or fake materials made to mimic others create false architecture. And 5, we require from our buildings, as we do from people, in integrity and honesty in all it expresses. It should be true to itself and its environment. With another note, the elements of good design is to follow nature's example and to have the form and function to be one and the same. For Wright, organic architecture was the interpretation of nature's principles manifested in buildings that were in harmony with the world around them in nature's balance. He held that a building should be a product of its place and its time, connected to a specific moment and never the result of an imposed style. Right now, I'll be showing you just another overview of a quick home that he made. It's falling water, and I'm just kind of showing you what organic architecture is and where it's coming from. And as you can see, it's kind of surrounded by nature instead of it being just put there and a disgrace to it. As you can see, the waterfall is underneath the home, and this was something new that Frank wanted to do because the owners of this house actually wanted the waterfall to be coming from the top of it, so they wanted to be underneath it. But Frank was saying in the sense that it should be coming from in the home, so it's coming out of nature, so it gives it a better balanced environment around it. And as you can see, the outcome is actually fabulous. I'm just gonna show you some quick views of this home real quick. It's a very nice, it's a very really well-known home, and it was built, in 1937. So as you can see, all these works are pretty modern in my view. I don't know if anyone else's view, but it is. And I'll just leave this photo on for a second, and I'll move on to my project. So for my project, I wanted to make a home that was organic architecture based, meaning I wanted it to be involved in nature and not a disgrace to it, and more of it coming together at once. So I made this model here of my home, which is going to be a home that's a 3-story home that is connected to, or somehow based right next to a mountainside formation, meaning this house is going to be like kind of coming out of the rock. As you can see, this would be kind of like a rocky formation, and I can kind of twist it a bit. So you guys can see what I mean about the home being integrated in the mountain itself. And this home is fairly large. It's 60 by 100 feet long. And what I really like about this home is that it's views all around, which is I have glass paneling throughout the whole house. So anywhere you walk in this home, besides the back, of course, you're going to see a view with windows all around you, meaning that you don't feel enclosed. You feel an open space. For the master bedroom would be at the top floor, and that would be solely for the master bedroom for its views, because so it's a 3-story home attached to a mountainside wall. It has views all around the windows. The master bedroom has it's glass all around besides the back walling, and the top of the roof is actually a glass paneling on top, so at nighttime you can see up at night. And this rocky formation, when you enter the home from the front, there's a long stretched hallway that runs all across to the back, and another hallway that runs parallel from the left to the right of the home. And all that, the back side of the wall is actually integrated in the home. So you'll be able to, when you walk in the home, you'll be able to touch the rocky formation on the inside. So you'll basically have like a rocky formation inside of your home. Relatively small, like around maybe 6 years old.
How did that begin?
I was always playing Legos, so I was like getting my hands on anything I could build with, so I want to play with it. Legos was the simplest thing at the time, and that's one of my favorite ghost things. I don't know, just always wanted like designing things. So it was attractive.
When did you first begin to conceive this idea for the building?
It was actually like a random a thought that came to my mind. It's actually this home, because I had shown you previously the Robbie Cole house. I can show you real quick. So I had seen this photo many times before, because I was already kind of a fan of Frank. I didn't really know him a lot. I kind of researched about him a little bit more and just wanted to know more about him. So I like playing this video game called Minecraft. And the reason why is because it's a game just about building blocks, basically. Just cubes, you can stack them however you want, you can make buildings, you can do anything you want. And basically I got the idea for my project while playing that game. I designed this home in the Minecraft game itself before I even brought it to life. And this this was my idea that I kind of had at the moment. So when the capstone came around, I was like, I'm going to integrate maybe a hobby that I like doing with something I'm passionate about, and should see what happens. And like my outcome was, I like my outcome. I hope to hopefully bring it to life, like model-wise, but yeah.
How would you picture it furnished on the inside? Are you of the style of Frank Lloyd
I-
Wright and kind of modern-y, or what would you do?
Actually, like, I don't have my other images of me. This is not my whole PowerPoint. The inside, I would basically not keep it modern based, but with a mix of organic architecture involved, meaning my involvement of organic architecture would have to be, like the open space that you would have in your home with all the windows. So let's just say you're in your kitchen wise, you'll have always like great views of the outside, and you won't feel like secluded in your home, but at the same time you'll have a kitchen that's kind of very new, like with a modern vibe, even though like, as you can see, like this photo right here, this is organic architecture. That would be like something organic based, but as you can see, my motto is kind of keeping it modern with an organic kind of vibe with it, because I'm kind of keeping it consistent with nature, like with either the rocky formation being involved in it or the trees around it.
I noticed that your home, all of home, is like kind of reminds me obviously of first the guy who.
Oh, Frank?
Yeah, Frank Lloyd Wright.
Yeah.
But it also reminds me a lot of the buildings of Oscar Niemeyer. I don't know if you're familiar.
Oh, Niemeyer, yes.
With him. I'm a big fan of his work. I was just wondering if you
Yeah.
had any inspiration from him.
Not so much inspiration-wise, but I can see where you're getting
Right.
I can see it now.
Yeah.
But no, that's very.
Because he did a lot of like integrating buildings into natural rocks and hills. That's why it's very nice. It reminds me of a hybrid of Frank Lloyd Wright.
Thanks. This house actually, it's a triangular base. I didn't mention that at the beginning. So
Right.
it's a triangle kind of thing.
If you could choose anywhere to put this, like at the base of a distinct mountain, which one would you choose?
Distinct mountain. I want to say the Yosemite base. Just because it's kind of offering what I want, which is like a lot of forest type of vibe with a lot of trees around it and rocky formations, of course. That kind of fits it a bit. Any other questions? Thank you.
My name is Taylor Marks, and the name of my project is Art on Skid Row. And what I did for my project is I went to Skid Row and I wanted to combine all my skills. So I paint, I draw, I'm a graphic designer. So I wanted to do a project where I can incorporate all of these aspects into the project. So I went to Skid Row and I went and found homeless people and I just took pictures of them and I took little short videos like to make GIFs so that I can project them on the walls. But yeah, so I basically just wanted to show that homeless people are normal people and they deserve to have respect, and not everyone living on Skid Row is on drugs or, it's crazy. Like some people really have like life stories that affect them, were forced to move to Skid Row. So I wanted to bring awareness to that. So the exact boundaries of Skid Row is between 3rd and 7th, and then Alameda and Main. And basically, like the main definition of a homeless person is a person living without a home. It doesn't matter if they have family or if they're staying in a shelter at night. If you don't have a solid home that you go to every night, you're technically homeless. So why does Skid Row exist? In the late 1980s, this was like an ideal area for railroad workers, homeless people, just people running away. In LA, but near Skid Row was like the last stop of the train station. And in this area, hotels and bars, daily activities were more affordable for people to have, so a lot of people just came to this area to hang out or have fun or wait for their bus for when they're going home for the workers. And then as the flower district and the fashion district just 2 blocks away started to grow, a lot more people started coming over here, and yeah. So, sorry, next slide. So a lot of people ask, like, why don't we just move Skid Row? But it's not as easy as it seems. A lot of people have the not in my backyard mentality, which is also known as NIMBYism and IBism. But yeah, basically that means like, in order to move Skid Row, you're obviously going to have to move all these homeless people into a new community. And a lot of people don't want homeless people living in their community because they see them as dangerous, or they look scary, you know, they intimidate them. So they would rather have their homes with their white picket fence, you know, and not a bunch of crazy people running around. So, like back in, okay, I think I skipped part. I didn't. So now today in Los Angeles, there's 107 charities and agencies on Skid Row, and basically like everyone is on Skid Row because there was a policy passed in like the 1800s, basically saying like they want all of the community service people, like all medical services, dental for homeless people to be congregated in one area, basically making everyone move to that one area so that they can easily access free haircuts and food every night, the shelters, dental, medical, whatever they need. So I was inspired to do this project one night. I was driving home from a show around like 3 a.m. and I just turned down like the wrong road and I ended up on Skid Row. And like, I was just driving, I had 3 friends with me in the back seat, well 4 friends when I was in the front seat. And I was just, the light turned red and I was like nervous inside, and I'm just like looking around at this community of people, and there's this homeless man like just sitting on the ground, and he was like waving this lighter like left to right. And I was just like looking at him just like totally amazed, and then of course like the light turns green, so I go, and I was telling my friends like, you know, I wanna get out and walk around. And one of the girls was like, no, you're crazy, like you're just gonna get yourself killed. Like why would you, it's 3 in the morning, like you're crazy. And I was like, no, like I'm really interested in this community of people, like there's tents out here and people are living in these and you have no interest in what they're doing inside or if they need help or anything. And she was just like, no, I'd rather not, like I wanna go home to my bed. And so one of my other friends was like, you know, I'll come back with you and walk around so we can, you know, explore and just find out more about this area and what these people are about, and to bring awareness. So it was like a really big learning lesson, like the process behind going to Skid Row and taking photos of these people. Like this guy in particular, he was like the second person I ever took pictures of. This girl was like one of the main, was the first photograph I took of any of the homeless people. She was only 20 years old, and she became homeless because her parents were homeless. Like she literally never lived in her home her whole entire life. So homelessness is what she grew up to know, and that's it. So she only had a book, this cat, and like a lighter and a backpack, and she was just hanging out outside of 7-Eleven, and I sat there and I talked to her for like almost 2 hours, just trying to like figure out like ways that I could help her. And she actually had staph infection in her face from sleeping on the ground, and so after I left like talking to her, I gave her like $20 so that she could get home. But I wanted to like do more to help her, because $20, what is that going to do when you have staph infection in your face, you know, and you're only 20, you don't have anyone to show you the right way, no one to show you how to get insurance or how to apply to get a home or a job or anything like that, you know. So I like gave her my email and told her like, you know, if you ever need anything, just let me know. I can try my best to show you. But yeah, so this guy, he was the second person I ever took a photo of, and he was actually outside of a show really close to Skid Row. And after I took his photo, he was like, "Can I get $1?" And I left my purse in the car, and he ended up getting like really mad at me, like, don't use my photos anymore, blah blah blah, because I couldn't give him $1. So after that, I'm bringing money with me at all times just in case or something, so that I can compensate people for their time if they ask. So my project was influenced by a lot of artists from art history, like Picasso, specifically his blue period. His blue period was in the pre-1950s. I really was intrigued by this period because of his color scheme, the subject matter, and the execution of how he went about painting his clothing. As you can see, like in the one to the left, the old man and the young kid, the way that he painted the wrinkles in his pants and the boy's scarf and in their face is how you can really see the cheekbones and things like that. But more specifically, I was more inspired by the old guitarist, mainly because of the guy and you could tell that he was homeless. So at this time, Picasso was known for painting homeless people and the sick and society's outcasts. This is an old beggar playing a guitar. It's mainly monochromatic except for the brown guitar in the painting, and I wanted to really utilize that in my series, which you can actually see right here to the left of you guys, behind you. So in the guy that has his hands like this, that's really what this one was inspired by, because I felt that his neck and his facial expressions really connected with this painting. Picasso was also inspired by the El Greco period, and you can see that by how he painted his long limbs, like so, and the postures that they used in this time too. So, Francisco Goya was a huge inspiration to this project also, more specifically his Black period, or his Black series. And in this series, he used a lot of like natural colors. He used a lot of blacks, browns. He was born in March 30th in Spain, and that's where he was like most famous. All of his art. He was a portrait painter, but his main source of income was from his realist paintings, and he really helped kickstart like modern paintings because of the subjects that he used. The painting that I really took inspiration from was Old Man Eating Soup and then Saturn Devouring His Son. But Old Man Eating Soup, this series was painted in his house in Spain when he was like 70 years old. At the time, Spain was at war with, I'm not exactly sure who, but they were at war, and he had a falling out with the court, so he moved away to this house. And in the house, he painted all of these paintings, the Black series, on the walls of his house with oil. And when he died, he left the house to his nephew, and then that's when they went in and took all the paintings off the walls and plastered them onto canvas instead. But this specific painting was in his kitchen, or not in his kitchen, in his dining room, like next to his table. So it was intriguing because the way he painted his perspectives and like how he has the man pointing outside of the photo makes you wonder like what was going on inside of his home to make you. So that alone made me want to figure out ways to intrigue my audience in ways that they're going to be wondering like, okay, why is this here? What is the purpose of this exact thing? Another one was Saturn Devouring His Son. And I really like this one because he was able to communicate pain and fear through his paintings. As you can see, the Saturn, he has his fingers literally like in the body's spine, in the corpse spine, and you can just really see that he's like angry or hungry, or like you can feel the emotion that this demon is feeling, and I really wanted to be able to express that in my art. And then the last artist that inspired me was Georgia O'Keeffe, and basically it was more inspired by her buildings. She was more known for painting flowers and her buildings in her time. And yeah, so her perspective is really what intrigued me. I wanted to be able to include interesting perspectives in my photography before I went in and painted them. So I looked at a lot of her artwork to see different perspectives that she used for when looking at buildings. And most of the time she did like a perspective looking up at the building, and you can see that in the one all the way to the left on the top, or on the top left, where you can see the fence going out, or even in the bottom two on the left side of the buildings and the tents. So the process was pretty long and invigorating. I had to find, before I even went to Skid Row, I would have to find somebody to accompany me to Skid Row, because obviously it's pretty dangerous to go there by yourself. And at the times that I wanted to go closer to night so that I could get cool sunrise or sunsets and nice colors in the sky and different shadows and things like that, so I could really work with the contrast and brightness in the photos at the end of the day. So I used Photoshop mostly for this project. I went in and I had to resize a lot of the photos to make them bigger, and then with that you have to like deal with resolution and things like that. So I had to do that so it would be good quality at a larger size. So I had to use Photoshop, a little bit of Illustrator, but more Photoshop, and I just adjusted the contrast. I made the photos black and white, things like that. So this photo was the original one. The green one, I had a filter over it, and in the end it was a little bit stronger, black and white, so I did that. After I edited all of the photos, all 10 photos, I had to print them in large format, which was pretty time consuming too, because I would have to, schedule with the print assistants, and that would still take time, but it was really exciting when they finally all got printed to see everything getting printed out. So after I printed everything, I then had to go in and paint back over my pictures. So that's what I did. I went in and I repainted a lot of their clothing. So I would either do their pants or their shirt. The bottom two on the left, I didn't paint anything of. I wanted to focus more on Photoshop and my graphic design skills. So that's why those two are just more concentrated on the color and just the crispness of the photo, so that I could do that instead of painting over it. But yeah, so I also had to use matte paper instead of glossy paper, because the glossy paper, when I would go to paint, it would mix with the paint, and it wasn't what the desired look that I wanted. So in the end, like, Skid Row was created to bring awareness to homeless people living on Skid Row and downtown. A lot of men and women influenced this project. Photography, painting, and digital design each contribute their voice to the final series. Yeah, and that's all. Thank you.
There's a spiritual aspect of your work, and I wonder, have you read about the sisters that started Marymount Religious Seeker or Mary?
I haven't.
Read about them and just think about this project in light of their mission. I think that you might be surprised by some really interesting connections.
Okay. I definitely will check that out. Thank you.
I don't know if you've heard of it. There's an artist who's going to Skid Row to try and beautify it. So he's going and kind of tagging on all the walls and putting these really huge, big, vibrant murals. Or yeah, this word right there. Murals, not murals. Really big murals on all of like the existing structures, walls, and everything. And I was going to ask if you, one, heard of it, and two, if you plan on going back there to take more photos after that stuff is done.
Yeah, I definitely do plan on. I haven't heard of that, but I'll definitely look into it, because I did notice a lot of murals on Skid Row, and around the murals, like the bottom two photos were of murals. And I actually had a couple more, but they didn't end up in the final series of murals with the tents around it. So yeah, so I'll definitely look into that, because I feel like the murals on Skid Row were a huge part of my project. And something I was very aware of when I was walking around, because they're pretty intriguing. Like, there was one that I showed earlier, but this one was like of this dragon, and it was like pretty cool. But everywhere you go, you will see murals all over the wall. So yeah, do you know his name?
I can't remember, I can find out for you.
Yeah, definitely let me know.
Hey, Faith, who went with you? And did the same person go more than once, or did you have to get new people to go every time?
The same person went every
Same person went
time.
every
Yeah,
time.
every time. But even then, like I would have to tell him, like, hey, can you take that gold chain off, or can you not wear a leather jacket, like just put a sweater on? You know, little things like that. Like just like even me, like I dress pretty eccentric when I do get dressed, you know, and I would have to kind of be aware of what I'm putting on, so I didn't stand out too much, you know. So yeah, it was, and even then it was difficult because I had asked a couple people before somebody actually said yeah, like, or actually made the time to go, you know, because some people will say yes, but actually don't follow through with going, you know, and I just have to go, so, yeah.
Other questions?
Hello, I am Michael Miro, and I am here to present to you the project called The Not So Wonderful Life Between Fiction and Reality. The Not So Wonderful, this story is about a 17-year-old boy named Marco Monroe who often likes to look up villains on the internet, and for some reason he just got a strange text message and got sent to a real world, fictional world for some unknown reason. Armed with a black knife and has the ability to control blood, Marco must find the individual who brought him to the world of fiction. This story will be based on the influences and inspirations of works from their respective creators and the concept of how characters were developed. Development, writing, and illustrating are also no exceptions. Originally, it was supposed to be a video game or an animation project about a boy and an animal companion, like Action Pikachu, for example. However, the idea was gradually evolved from child-friendly to a dark fantasy story after a lot of shows I watched, even some games I played. What are light novels? A light novel is a Japanese stylized novel that attracts readers from middle and high school years and young adults. They're very popular in Japan, and only a few companies release them in the Western regions. However, one company, such as Yen Press, devised a plan that can increase the sales of the light novels for not only manga and anime fans, but for novel readers as well. Here are the examples of light novels. There's Sword Art Online, Fate Zero, and Fate Alive. I'm not much of a harem thing, but, I only got one of the light novels. Okay, starting in the 1970s, Asahi Sonorama, which is a Japanese publishing company, had published a pulp novel called Sonorama Bunko, which can be known as a symbolic beginning for light novels. For example, Hideyuki Kikuchi, the creator of Vampire D novels, is one of the first people who began his career as a writer after the inspirations of the imprints. Asahi Sonorama is a division of Asahi Shimbun, which translates as Morning Sun newspaper. This division was founded September 9th in 1959 and formerly known as Asahi Sun Press. It used to be an audio recording magazine when the publisher would record various interviews, news, and crimes investigations. It later published novels, mangas, and animes, which increased the popularity since the 1960s. However, in June 21st, 2007, the company started to face bankruptcy, and it was disbanded in September 30th around the same year. My first inspiration came from Tensai Okamura, the writer and creator of Darker Than Black. Formerly known as Yutaka Okamura, he researched on manga as a student at Waseda University. And during his time, he was influenced in film work from the 70s. After graduation, he worked as an animator from Madhouse Studios. However, later on, he he left Madhouse and became a freelance animator and director. He did some other work such as Cowboy Bebop. Are you familiar with that? Okay, maybe not. What is Darker Than Black? Darker Than Black focuses on a young man named Hay, codenamed EK201, who is an assassin working for an organization called the Syndicate, along with his teammates Yin, Wang, and Mao. Now, 10 years ago, a territory known as Hell's Gate appeared in Tokyo, altering the sky and devastating the landscape. At the same time, people who possess special abilities and lack human emotions, known as contractors, emerged. As Hay performs various tasks for the Syndicate, he must find out the fate of his sister Pi, who had disappeared 5 years ago, before the story began. Here's a quote from Hay and an image of him. I like this one the most. I try to draw him. Because he's actually my favorite character. Another inspiration was Takahiro, who's the writer of the dark fantasy manga Akame ga Kill. He's also the founder of visual novel company Minato-soft. I know I couldn't find a picture of him, but too late. He's also interested in live action films, including Iron Man and Kamen Rider. Starting in 2007, Takahiro received an email from an editor of Square Enix magazines. He's quite interested in doing manga. Earlier, it was supposed to be about a boy who was abducted by a group of assassins, which is an all-female group, and he has no choice but to join the organization, which the editors are actually impressed about this idea. However, in 2009, Takahiro met Tetsuya Tashiro while the manga project is in progress. Tetsuya Tashiro is the illustrator of Akame ga Kill. During his elementary school year times, he began to draw to impress young girls. However, he's also influenced from the artwork of Akira Toriyama's Dragon Ball, Yoshimori Kobayashi's Obachakun, and Kanwei Fujiwara's Dragon Quest. After graduating, Tashiro submitted his artwork to manga publishers until Square Enix took interest. He also released a one-story called Ability Shop, however, didn't see enough popularity until Akame ga Kill. What is Akame ga Kill? It started when a young fighter named Kasumi set out to capital with his childhood friends to make money to help his poverty-stricken village. One day, an old family took him in, and after he was swindled and he didn't get accepted to the army. One night, the group called Night Raid attacked them. However, during the attack, Kasumi found out the true nature of the family and decided to join Night Raid. Now teamed up with the group, they must overthrow Prime Minister Honest, who manipulates the young emperor for his and his men's personal gain, leading the rest of the nation to strife and poverty. And here's another image of Akame ga Kill. And this quote really suits anti-heroes very well. The third inspiration was Sui Ishida, the creator of Tokyo Ghoul. Although he was born in Fukuoka Prefecture, or in Japan, it's just a pen name. None of us know his true face or real name. Tokyo Ghoul used to be a one-shot, however, it was laid as a manga series in the Weekly Young Jump starting September 2011. It also received an anime adaptation in 2014. And the manga, the anime and the manga ended. He also created a sequel titled as Tokyo Ghoul RE. What is Tokyo Ghoul? It started when a college student named Ken Kaneki who always likes to read books. However, one day when he was on a date with a girl named Rize, she suddenly bit him and she reveals herself to be a ghoul. During the chase, Ken Kaneki was trying to hide, but to no avail, he couldn't escape. Until one time, a bunch of steel beams crushed her, presumably killing her. Kaneki woke up in the hospital and later discovers that his eye feels different, meaning he's half man, half ghoul hybrid. Now taken into the members of the cafe and Tenku, Kaneki must learn how to live as both a ghoul and a human. And here's an image of Ken Kaneki. There's this, the right one is before his change, and the left is afterwards. I don't know what to say, but oh well. And here's another image of Ken Kaneki, and I like this quote too. I'm not the protagonist of a novel or anything. I'm a college student. Is that? Oh, yeah, that actually is right. Okay. For character archetypes, Carl Jung, a psychologist born in Switzerland, studied the concepts of archetypes and the human psyche. He believed that the archetypes came from the collective minds of people from all over the world. Archetypes are representations of fundamental human motives of our experience as we evolve, or inevitably archetypes conjure deep emotions. There are 3 different types or sets of the archetypes. The 3 are ego, soul, and self. The ego archetypes holds the innocent, every person, the hero, and caregiver. Luke Skywalker from Star Wars is a prime example of the hero archetype because he has the cliche of the chosen one and wields a magic sword. The soul archetypes has the explorer, the outlaw, a lover, and the creator. Indiana Jones, for example, is the explorer archetype as he explores parts to his adventures, as you can see in his films. As for self archetypes, they include the jester, the mentor, the magician, and the ruler. Koro Sensei from Assassinated Classroom is an example of the mentor archetype because he teaches and encourages his students. You thought I was going to have all movies. Okay. You thought I'm going to have every film as examples, right? Oh well. The 4 cardinal orientations is a wheel that finds 4 groups from the 3 archetype sets. For example, the 4 groups are inspired from each the wheel is for more variation of the 3 sets, except that the 3 types have different driving sources and the same motivating orientations. A trope is any figure of speech not taken literally that the audience will instantly recognize and understand. For example, life is a box of chocolate or coming out of the closet. Writers find these tropes useful in communicating with readers. They are repeatedly used in setting up a story and the plot lines. Tropes can be fun and entertaining, but should be used sparingly, something that are unnecessary. In order to make tropes more effective, a particular work must have high quality writing. Well, these are a list of tropes, but I don't know if you guys can see it. Character development is one of the most prominent aspects to add a story, or before creating a character. The creator must come up with a profile to describe about their character's name, age, nationality, place, his resistance, occupations, etc. Before coming up with a character, they probably must come up how they would appear, even how would they feel. A designer must display a character to the audience no matter how spoiled or good-hearted they are. Every story must always have more than one character with different personalities, even strengths and weaknesses. There are 5 different types of characters. One is the protagonist, which is the central focus on the story. The antagonist, who aligns against the protagonist. A flat character who is more of a minor character that cannot change the course of the story. The 4th is a round character, which is more of a major one who can change the story. And the 5th is a stock character who has no importance. Starting with Marco Moreau, my first primary character, his physical appearance is quite similar to Harry from Darker Than Black. Both of them have black hair, wore a black trench coat during a mission at night, have a huge appetite, and wields a black double-bladed knife. Markham is a pragmatic hero example, a type of anti-hero that does not hurt innocents but brutally kills his other villains. Unlike most heroes in other stories, with the chosen one cliche, hey, Markham was brought to another world. Oh, right, I already mentioned that. Markham has a bizarre obsession of looking up villains in fictional mass murders, much to the dismay of his family and friends in the real world. Although he has a few hero characteristics, Markham has no dreams or goal and never understood the importance of life and reality. Markham is not the arrogant type of hero, but he's a good person at heart, and maybe scatterbrained most of the times. However, he can have a sense of fighting and bloodlust whenever he fights, sees an antagonist harming other characters, physically and verbally, and a bully causing trouble. And he will not hesitate to torture his enemies while interrogating them, and kill off any boys who think they can get away scot-free. In short, he's a bully killer. Also, he can be irritated when he gets mistaken as a vampire by other characters, like how Edward Elliot doesn't like being called short. And you can see the similarity between Hay and Markham. Marble is Markham's small pink fella. Also similar to Mew from Pokemon, Marble has signs of intelligence, curiosity, playfulness, and selflessness. Also, Marble does not have an actual gender, so it's genderless. Due to being sidekick, Marble helps Markham and the other characters understand what he was talking about by transmitting its thoughts to their minds. Marble can be provoked when someone accidentally or purposely calls it as an alien or a cat. If someone does, he'll pull out a bazooka, a trusty bazooka, and aim it at someone's head until Markham calms it down. And here's the first actual concept art of the two characters. Oh, you guys can actually see it. Writing takes a large amount of time. Before working on the chapter, it requires a writer's block to buy the author some time to think. To prevent writer's blocks, a helpful tip for writers would be writing down their own thoughts in a notebook to help them remember. Each chapter of a light novel can be less or more than 10 pages, but cannot go above 20 from the lengths of both the descriptions and the dialogues. Since an average light novel should be around 200 pages, including images, these type of books will contain at least 25 chapters total. Writing the story, within each page, the formatting should be double-spaced, the font size will be 12, and the margin should be at 1 inch on each side, mirroring the style of MLA formats. After a chapter is finished on the right, a page behind it will be blank, while another chapter starts at the same side. The concept art, I pretty much started drawing by using a sketchbook and a pencil, because it takes a lot of practice. I start learning how to write characters by going online and try to draw the shapes, because if you don't really draw the shape, it'll look more flat and two-dimensional. Plus, it needs some shade. After drawing, I pretty much use Adobe Illustrator. Photoshop, I'm not a good expert at that. To make lighting, I used a Gaussian blur and used a pencil tool. After coloring the characters, I pretty much save it as a JPEG or a PDF file. And then I should probably frame it. Here's my latest image of Markham. I like this one better. You can barely see the light on the hair. And here's a comparison between the hand-drawn and the Illustrator. Oh, crap. That's on the wrong one. Okay. Following examples of Ryuga, Naruto's Bakuno, and Durara, not every story can focus on protagonists, and instead give each major or minor character an equal amount of screen time and significance to the role, meaning there's no protagonist in this story. Due to being a dark fantasy series, the not-so-wonderful life between fiction and reality will get to a serious and dramatic setting that there will be less or no laughing matters in this story. For example, Bill Cipher, he may look like a harmless shade, but this guy can darken the show very easily. From the support of fans, you'll soon receive a graphic novel and anime adaptation. if we get enough money. For being a dark fantasy series, there will be blood in the anime, but the animation directors will tone down the violence based on the light novel and graphic novel adaptations. There will be an OVA contained in the light novel. Seriously, I've pretty much seen this in some of the examples. The series will be suitable for readers and viewers at the age of 16 or above for violence, profanity, alcohol and tobacco usage, and suggestive themes. On a final note, there will be massive spoilers as the story progresses. To prevent fans from ruining the story to other people, it would always be recommendable to start reading from the first volume or watching from the first episode. This series will soon become the best sellers for the industry of literature and animation. The Not So Wonderful Life Between Fiction and Reality will present to the audience the difference or similarities of living in the fantasy world or reality. After the first book's official release, fans will pick fantasy as their favorite genre, will soon become more absorbed into reading the story and plan on purchasing the next volume. Once the series is successful, the author might experience criticisms for the setting of characters' mood, not only because they would dislike some parts of the book. Successful fantasy series end up with fans creating websites where they argue about what would make the story better. Because I invented it by following inspirations of the famous works, the audience will respond onto the series in a rather familiar way. Fans of fantasy will often become creators of their own work based on the shows and series they admire, so this series could have the same interactive life with the fans. Some readers may go on to work with a company that produces the show or books. Once the series characters become famous, new writers and artists might pick their own characters based on archetypes, personalities, and appearance from the series. As book lovers will continue to read this series, a question would come into the back of their minds. What would it feel like in a story when a character struggles to accept living in a fantasy world or face reality? Thank you for your time.
Okay, I'm Adrian and I'm here to talk about Mr. Black, which is an exploration of erotic kink in the African American community. So the purpose of this documentary that I did was to stretch the boundaries of the collective understanding of African American sexuality. The documentary represents an introduction or the overview of BDSM and how it takes place in the African American community. It centers around Orpheus Black, who is, at the moment, one of the first high-profile people of color in the BDSM kink lifestyle. He's one of the leather champions right now. He's actually doing some tours, speaking at different events. He's been on kink.com. He actually has a series that's coming out on the Playboy channel, on Breath Play and Fire Play, as well as some other things that are in the works. Why do this documentary? As a child, I was really enthralled with the movie Firestarter. And it wasn't so much the burning or anything else that took place, it was the actual fact that they made a movie about controlling fire. And I mean, I've always had a fascination with control. My parents would tell you I almost burnt down the garage trying to figure out if I could control fire, but I never got quite to that point. Orpheus Black, which is the main character, or the main actual influence of the documentary, does classes on fire play, breath play, all these different things, and conversation with him, when I found this out, it just really kind of trapped me. It's like, okay, well, you know, it's interesting, to say the least. It's like a train wreck on TV and you can't turn away without all the blood and guts. So the documentary discusses terms and different meanings, and it also addresses the difference between Afro kink and Euro kink. And that's basically based on what the media has to present or how it's presented in the world. One thing that I did is I had a number of people just do a simple Google search. And if you look up white kinky, you get a bunch of pictures of hair, maybe some black and white erotic art, but it's really not the same. If you look up black kinky, everything's censored, or should be. It's really kind of traumatic to the point where when I did it, I was like, ooh, let me turn down the brightness on my screen and bring up something else in case somebody walks by. So it's really how the media and the world looks at the different forms of kink. The definition of kink is, if you want to get really technical, it's the, kink or kinkiness is related to or comes from the word kink or bend, which is basically not sexual at all. It's really a vanilla term, and it was kind of claimed by different people in fetish lifestyles to actually describe what they do. So when most people think about kink, they automatically, think about some type of one-sided torture. It's something that, if you Google BDSM, you see a bunch of balls, gags, anything like that. There's nothing erotic or sensual that is actually really shown about it. But what if you look at things from a different or a simpler perspective? Basically, kink is whatever's outside of what your culture defines as normal during that time. So in 1951, you had I Love Lucy, where Lucy and Ricardo slept in separate beds, but he would still come home and talk about giving her a spanking if she didn't act correctly. But that was socially accepted. Where in 2015, you have 50 Shades of Grey come out, where it's socially acceptable to say, hey, here's a contract of things that we will and will not do, and here's my room with balls, whips, chains, gags, and all the implements that I will use on you. So a lot of it is based on your culture and perspective and what's happening in your culture at that time. Joan Rivers once said, it's been so long since I made love that I can't even remember who gets tied up. There was an episode of Golden Girls where, I believe it was Rose mentions, isn't it interesting how the sounds are the same for an open nightmare and great sex? It's really, it's human nature. So your pleasure and your pain can also sound the same. This quote right here by Orpheus Black states that pain is not the destination, it's the vehicle used to transcend the shackles of the body. It's the escape route into the deepest recesses of your being. Pain separates us from the horrors of conscious reality and transports us into the supreme state of being that we call subspace. Now, some people look at that and it's like, oh my gosh, they're talking about pain and sex. But if I was doing a documentary on weightlifting and I said no pain, no gain, everyone knows we're perfectly fine with that. It's a cause and effect that takes place in life. So, what exactly is BDSM? BDSM is bondage and discipline, domination and submission, sadism and masochism. Or the short answer, it's basically an umbrella term for anything that you consider not normal. There are erotic behaviors that are between consenting adults. If they aren't consenting adults, you get something completely different. BDSM or lifestyles in BDSM, everything is based on consent. You don't want any misconceptions. You don't want any misunderstandings. There's a lot of negotiating. The way that a lot of the relationships are set up would actually help in marriage, because you sit and you actually say, this is what I will and will not do. This is what I do and I don't expect. You have a lot of marriages where people get married and it's, hey, you know what? My mom cooked for my father. When I get married, my wife should cook for me. But you never have that discussion. She may just actually be expecting you to take out the trash, and it's like, you never had that discussion. So in BDSM, a lot of the relationship, actually all of the relationship is based on consent. So the long version, BDSM, is a variety of erotic practices involving dominance and submission, different types of role play, restraint, or other interpersonal dynamics. The interesting thing is that because it's such a wide range of practices, there are a lot of people that practice BDSM and don't know it or don't acknowledge it. Basically, inclusion in the BDSM community or lifestyle is based on self-identification. So if you don't self-identify as saying, I'm in the BDSM lifestyle or I'm a BDSMer, then you just don't identify. It's basically saying, no, what I do is normal to me. Fundamental principles of BDSM are safe, sane, and consensual. Since 1980s, when they started putting different clubs together for different sex clubs or things like that in BDSM, they've gone with that motto, safe, sane, and consensual. It is basically the mutual consent between partners or participants in the BDSM community that makes it, legal, makes it ethical. It keeps it from saying, okay, well, you know what, I was here and somebody abused me or somebody took advantage of me or raped me. If you're going into a situation and consent is given by all involved and it's contractual, you have safe words or whatever, whether it's play or if you're actually doing, some type of sexual intercourse, without consent, it's basically wrong. So we don't want to do that. In BDSM, there are different dynamics. So you have tops or dominants, you have bottoms or submissives. The top is basically the one that's in control. So the interaction between the tops and bottoms, whether it's physical or mental, is all based on surrender by the submissive. So if the submissive is saying that, you know what, I don't want this, or I'm not going to give you this, the dominant isn't going to say, I'm going to dominate you and take this. The dominant's job is basically to say, I'm here to provide this for you in a safe manner, better than anyone else can. He's here to provide and protect. The top and bottom balance, like I said, the dom basically is there to be served by the submissive, but in the relationship, the way it works is that the submissive is basically saying, it is my choice, and I trust you enough to have this power over me. To give somebody that power and the power change, it's like a parent and child. If, you trust your parent to hold your hand and, get you safely across the street, you'll gladly grab their hand. If it's somebody that you see, they take their kid and walk halfway through the street and then run back to do something else, you might look at it as risk. And basically, if the submissive doesn't trust the dom to care for them or safeguard them, it's basically an abuse of power. If you look at it completely differently, let's say you're a sports fan. Michael Jordan was probably one of the most dominant basketball players that this world has ever seen. Not only to the Chicago Bulls, but to the complete NBA. But he had Steve Kerr, he had Phil Wright, he had Scottie Pippen, who were actually willing to be submissive and let him take control of the team in order for the outcome and the betterment of the whole team. So basically, Michael Jordan, or the dominant of that team, his desires were on equal terms with the rest of the team. So they gave him permission. They allowed him to say, okay, you know what, I will take control because it's for the betterment of us. And as he did that, his expertise also became the sub's desire. So not only was it, I want to take control because I want this for us, they began to want it more for themselves. Everybody knows Michael Jordan has 6 rings. Not many people remember this. Scottie Pippen also has 6 rings. That was his right-hand man. That was the first submissive on that team, was Michael Jordan. When it comes to the history of sex, we'll say this.
How the sexuality is, which is to say, it's in the human relationships.
We everyday people, If you've been in the goddamn might see your 3rd grade teacher's there's no wonder that bitch just like to whip us with rudeness and shit.
All the young people like to think that their generation is into sex. But I don't think you got here. Man has been high kicking for decades before your parents came along.
Basically, historically, BDSM sexual practices are not new. You can go to any museum, and a lot of the Greek cutlery, the silverware, the plates have sexual imprints on them. You have the Turin papyrus, which is one of the oldest documents known to man that actually shows sexual interactions. You have, in the 1700s, you have the Marquis de Sade, who actually is the one that came up with the word sadist, and or for sadism. So it's nothing that's really new. It just really wasn't always expressed or appreciated. Previously, back in the day, in the 1930s, you had, detective magazines that showed, that was basically their way of letting BDSM in a way that wasn't obvious. The only thing is there weren't a lot of black depictions of people. So in the 1970s, there were a lot more magazines that came out that showed blacks in the BDSM lifestyle. They weren't always the most complimentary. They could be a little degradational, but it was mainly used for white men that wanted to find them a black mistress. So, I mean, or dominatrix. But it was all something that was hidden or done behind doors. Like I said, that was done in the 70s, and that's when you also got, Black Amazon Digest, magazines like Obey, Black Leather and Color. That was before everything kind of went over to the internet. A lot of these magazines have died off. You can't find them. It's even hard to find some in, archives and libraries and museums. The social stigma associated with BDSM, especially in the African American community, is actually pretty deep. Because there are so many stigmas that African Americans actually already fight with, their sex life isn't always that easily shared. It's something that they consider or try to actually really maintain as private. Especially because, if I have a stigma, I'm fighting because, hey, I'm black and I'm male, I'm black and I'm female, and, I'm trying to get this job doing this, or, anything, I'm trying to get into the media. I can't have somebody say, oh, well, you know what, he's kinky too, we shouldn't hire him. Where I've been on jobs where I worked for, I won't say the agency because it's probably a little inappropriate for what they do. But I've sat around with executives that have sat there and talked about their sex lives and what they do and the different types of kink they participate in. And it's perfectly acceptable, but for me to actually join in, I would be looked at differently. Just because of the color of my skin. Just because of the way that the world actually portrays it. Orpheus, the guy that I'm actually doing the documentary on, he went out for an audition once for a dom. Walked into the room, the guy was like, hey, oh yes, we're actually auditioning for a dom. He's like, yes, that's what I'm here for. Well, yeah, really, black doms don't exist. He's like, what do you mean? I'm standing right here. I actually do this as a lifestyle choice. So not only if you give me the part can I play the dom, I can play me. And the man sat there and basically explained to him that I'm not saying black doms don't exist, but in the media, you guys are fictitious. You guys do not exist. So we don't have the time, money, or to actually say we're going to take and invest to educate the world that black doms are actually here. And if we were to give you the tools to actually do a scene, it would be taken as you assaulting a woman, not, being erotic or sensual. It would be seen completely different. So basically he was told, yeah, you're dom, but you can't have the part because you're black and the world won't accept it that way. Another stigma is, what if somebody actually finds out that I'm, kinky? First off, kink is anything that is not normal. So to some people, having your hair pulled is kinky. Some people being choked is kinky. Some people, being smacked on behind is kinky. Doggy style. Anything, I had somebody that told me basically anything outside of a missionary position is kinky. And that's how they were raised, that's what they believe. And they were actually having problems with that because the young lady that told me that went through years of therapy because when she got married, she felt that she was actually going against the church and some of the things that she believed in with the different types of sex that she would have with her husband. Because if it wasn't normal sex, they were doing kinky stuff and that was wrong. Another concern or another thing that you have to worry about is your job, especially depending on your profession. I did 17 years of IT. That's where the company where that conversation took place. IT, they didn't care. If you're doing something technical, if you're a computer technician, they don't care if you go home and skin cats for a living. Their interest is, can you come here, can you program? Can you come here and do networking? Your outside life has no meaning. Where on the other hand, if you're a school teacher, professor, you can't really say, hey, I'm into this, this, or this, because you're also a mandated reporter, and people look at you differently, and hold you on a different moral standard. So some of the complications that you may have, people might want to, why would you actually participate? Practitioners in BDSM are no more amoral or bad than any other person in the world. And they're actually finding out that some of the activities that you participate in BDSM are healthy for you. And that's just based on the amount of touch that the human requires in a day and different things like that. The emotional health and happiness of two people, in BDSM together is an important thing, and it's what actually thrives or drives the relationship. So does anyone actually do this? Is anyone actually doing BDSM? Actually, Americans are more into BDSM than the rest of the world. According to a survey done by Durex in 2005, 36% of adults in the United States use masks, blindfolds, and bondage tools during sex, when worldwide that's only about 20%. So basically, out of the 30 people in this room, that means 13 of you have some type of mask, whip, chain, something that you're hiding in your own. The Kinsey Institute actually did a couple of studies and found that 55% of females and 50% of males reported having responded rapidly to being bitten. 11% of men and 17% of women report trying bondage at least once. So it's not something that is new, it's just something that people don't always talk about. Now, why I chose Orpheus as one of the main content observers for the documentary is that basically he's an innovator in the lifestyle right now. He's done things in the last 5 years that people that have been in the lifestyle for ages haven't seen or haven't considered. There's fire play, which he's one of the first people that actually said, okay, instead of laying someone down, he found different methods of doing fire play where you're standing up. There's different types of bondage that he actually invented on accident that I'll cover in a second. He's actually a lifestyler, so when you see the documentary, Orpheus Black this is what he does for a living. His wife is a submissive. He also has a couple of other submissives. But it's something that he lives. It's not something that he does and says, oh, it's Saturday night, I have nothing to do. I'm going to answer this ad because somebody's looking for a dom and, I want to go see if I can beat it. This is who he is day in, day out. Like I said, he's done documentaries and shows on Playboy. There's some options for some deals and some different miniseries that are going on just because right now, especially with 50 Shades of Grey and all these other things coming out, the lifestyle is a little more acceptable and open. He's also trying to get into education. What's that look like? He's also trying to get into education, and he does a lot of actual teachings. So he has a bondage and fire class, which he goes over. Initially, you go over all the rules first. You don't get to light a torch without knowing the safety issues first. And with that, he's basically revolutionizing the art and practice of fire play, which is a form of temperature play. It's not saying I'm going to burn somebody. It's just playing with the amount of heat on or close to the skin. He's doing classes in bondage and meditation, which is being considered and taken by some people on the level of saying you're doing yoga. He has black tie bondage, which is the one that he actually came up with on accident. He was doing a bondage scene and decided to actually put a wooden stake to the scene. And now black tie bondage, he's doing classes all over the world because it's one of the safest forms of bondage that you can do. Because as you're tying the person or binding the person, you have these stakes in certain positions where all you do is you pull the stake and all the knots come undone. So you don't have to worry about restricting somebody's blood flow to an extreme or them being uncomfortable. And if it took you 10 minutes to tie them, look how long will it take you to untie them. Usually it's just the pull of a stake and you're done. With his bondage meditation, Chris Donahue, who is a doctor of clinical sexology and human sexuality, he's also a licensed clinical therapist and sex therapist, did an article and stated that bondage has the capacity to allow the participant to let go safely in the moment and, as required for meditation, reach and experience what is outside and in between mind and body. These are necessary and healing states to encounter, which is why other practices such as yoga and sitting meditation are so popular. The safety of being held and bound allows a separation from the body and the material world which is basically the physical environment while you cry. Orpheus also does knife play, which is a form of consensual BDSM edge play. When you're doing knife play, yes, you may cut clothes off, but other than that, a lot of what you see is the backside or the back edge of the knife. Knife play is not to cut you. If you see blood in a knife play scene, then that's bloodletting. That's blood play. It's a completely different scene. You also have breath play, erotic asphyxiation. A lot of people will say, oh, autoerotic asphyxiation. Autoerotic asphyxiation is when you're choking yourself. Not normally recommended. You don't want to. If you're going to play with breath, if you're going to do breath play or any type of asphyxiation, you want to make sure that you have some type of safety net in store. So doing it to yourself would not be recommended. He also makes high quality erotic implements. So even researching BDSM online, which was a task in itself, I watched so many YouTube videos and where people would actually mention him, from floggers and collars and different implements that he's made for them, where just the reach that he has, where he's based in Southern California right now, and I'm watching people in New York talk about purchasing floggers from him based on the quality of leather that he does. Everything that I've seen him do, he basically makes in an art form. So even the materials that he makes, the collars, things like that, they're one of a kind, stuff that you won't see anywhere else. So there's all these different types of play that you can either do separately or you can do a combination. Here you have a scene where you have the young lady is bound, she's also being suspended, there's fire play, but you also have the dominant and submissive dynamic as well, where she's saying, this is my dominant, I trust him to put me in this situation and keep me safe. Ultimately, the point of participating in BDSM or kink lifestyle or any type of fetish is to explore one's own sexuality as well as your partner. I feel if you can't explore your sexuality with your partner, then you probably should not be with them. If it's something that you have to hide or keep a secret, it's not something that you guys can actually share and grow in. Future goals, right now I actually have a company, Sundog Entertainment, that is going to do a digital cinema package for me for the documentary. So once I'm ready to shop it in some film festivals, it'll actually already be theater ready. They're going to do the whole DCP for me free. Orpheus is in talk for a docuseries with Playboy. I want to actually make this a docuseries, so we're looking at working together with them. Since I started the documentary, I've had a number of people, different people from different backgrounds, different cultures that want to tell their story. So I mean, there's one that I've been asked to do on like Indian kink lifestyle, Euro kink lifestyle, and then just basically do a roundtable where I have all these professionals together to discuss their different types of lifestyles. I'm also going to submit my documentary to a couple of different film festivals, and other than that, just my general world takeover. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Taylor Nelson, and this is basically the development of my organization, and the name of it is Campaign for Change.
Spreading her call to let girls learn. At the Qatar Foundation in Doha Wednesday, she lamented that 62 million girls were missing out on school worldwide, mostly at the secondary level.
When they hit adolescence and they start to develop into women and are suddenly subject to all of their society's biases around gender, that is precisely when they start to fall behind in their education.
Rape is a tool of war. It is an act of aggression
and a crime against humanity. It is inflicted intentionally to destroy the woman, the family, and the community.
And I try to stay away from it. I don't have a Facebook. The only thing I really have is Instagram, and I hardly ever get on that too. For how they got so famous from Instagram. It was ridiculous.
That it is a crime to rape young children is not something I imagine anyone in this room would not be able to agree. The rights and wrongs of this issue are straightforward, and the actions that need to be taken have been identified.
But by looking at me, young and female, it was easy for him to dismiss what I said. So I decided to try and look older, and I thought lipstick might help me, and eyeliner. And I'm very grateful to that man because I've since come to love makeup.
As a child, I imagined myself being a doctor a lot of times, and as I got older, I got really into film and editing and music. And now, it just really doesn't matter to me anymore.
So I've not told you this anecdote as a way to illustrate my discovery of gender injustice. If anything, it's really just an ode to makeup. It's really just to say that this your graduation is a good time to buy some lipsticks.
Going to college actually changed a lot of my views of what I wanted to be. It helped to see the things that I didn't want to do, and also helped to find out the things that I wanted to pursue.
With technology, social media specifically, it is often that we see women portrayed in ways more than one. But it seems as though the kind of light shed on women most is always in a negative connotation. Can you share your thoughts on the objectification of women?
I feel like we're living in a generation where everybody's thinking about themselves and what they can do, so it's like, look at me, look at me, you know? And that's exactly what I'm seeing with a lot of people. Because I'm becoming social media famous. It's look at me, look at look what I can do. Even though I don't have a special talent or anything, just watch me, because I'm entertaining.
So what that video was for my organization, which is entitled Our Sisters Our Time, and it's still in a developing process. It's going to be an organization geared towards young women who need to be pushed for higher education, along with just struggles that they have in their everyday life. And basically the motto for Our Sisters Our Time is highlighting the success of women all over the world while educating and empowering each other one country at a time. So when doing my project, there was a lot that went into the thoughts of how to develop the project, because not only did I want to be a mentor for young women, and you know, how do we get them to the goals to the future that they want to see, but you know, how can we give them the resources to also be in that future that they want to see themselves in. So with doing that, like I said previously, I created an organization, Our Sisters Our Time. And with Our Sisters Our Time, how I got inspired by it was by Miss Black Sacramento, which is another mentoring organization based in Sacramento. With this organization, it gives you resources and teaches you things such as, you know, how to actually fluently get resumes done and be, you know, chosen out of the 50,000 or however many there might be, as well as, excuse me, did not mean to do that. as well as, showing them how to properly speak in front of a crowd, or, speak when they have an interview, and, what's the right diction to use and whatnot. So feeling inspired, I started working closely with the organization after doing Miss Black Sacramento, and with doing that, I was able to get an internship with Miss Black Sacramento. So with the internship, I was the director of communications, where I was their direct point of contact for the mentor. So, I mean, any and everything you can think of when it came to a costume malfunction, to, maybe there's bullying. I was there for them when it came to that. And the reason why I was chosen to be the director of communication was because I've done so many mentorships previously, another one being Miss Black Talented Teen California, and it goes with the same thing where what you do is you go out and you speak to crowds and you speak to youth, specifically women, and basically just empowering them to push for higher education for themselves, for other women and men as well. With joining Miss Black Sacramento, also known as mentoring Black sisters, you're also able to show them just how to be poised and how to speak. But the best part about having my internship was I was finally able to get the skills that I've learned in school, in the classes I learned here at Marymount, such as this graphic here. With Mentoring Black Sisters, I was able to create a social media platform for them, which is a part of my project, and I'll speak about that more later, as well as a WordPress, a blog site. And with doing that, I was able to display my graphic design skills and my film study skills. So I was fortunate enough for them to let me take on that position. And with that, it inspired me to come up with Our Sisters, Our Time. And with that is the vision: empowerment through literacy, a community outreach to push for higher education. As of now, there are still over 62 million girls who are unable to have an education. Excuse me. It's something that's really passionate for me. Sorry. I just feel really fortunate enough to, be blessed in front of you guys and go to school and whatnot. And then it hurts to see that there's so many people out here that, they don't have a choice. Sorry, I'm so sorry.
Take your time.
Thank you. I'm very passionate, sorry. Okay. Excuse me. So with all of this, there being these many, being millions of girls who still need education, I started doing a lot of research, on what can you do to continue on, helping this situation? What can we do to better it? And that's why I joined the mentorship, Miss Black Sacramento, because they're one organization, who pushes to make sure that, kids are going, thank you so much. Who pushes for kids, kids wanting to go to college, and how can we get them to college when they can't afford it? In 2014, U.S. women working full-time year-round were paid just 79% of U.S. men's median, earning a gap of 21%. I've highlighted this quote because, once again, it shows that we still have a gender wage gap, and not only is it just a wage gap, but it also goes into, how many men versus women are sitting in a classroom getting an education? How many men versus women are sitting there at their position of manager, CEO, directing, whomever it might be of their services? And because of everything that I've researched and whatnot, I was fortunate enough to partner with Harbor Interfaith Services, and I have business cards if you guys would like them, you can pass them around. It's a contact, and what's really cool about this is I'm actually partnering with Chris, whose contact is on there, and he's a Marymount student, so it's good that you know, we still are continuing on the legacy, not only me personally as a person, but, you know, from Marymount being instilled into, you know, the services that we had to do as a freshman, doing ID 17, I know you guys remember that, and doing the volunteering. This is an actual screenshot of my blog site, which is also over here too, Our Sisters, Our Time. It's currently on WordPress, but I will eventually have its website up once everything is finalized for the organization. And some of the inspirations that I've drawn from doing the Our Sisters, Our Time organization would be, not inspiration. Some of the blogs that I have done for Our Sisters, Our Time would be ones such as this. Malala Yousafzai, youngest Nobel Peace Prize winner, and the thing about her is she is a woman, a Pakistani who was shot by the Taliban at the age of 16, but she didn't let her journey stop there. She was rushed to the UK for immediate surgery, but she now has an organization where she pushes for higher education because that is what happened to her. She was shot because she was going to school, and she was a woman going to school. And it's ironic because the school she was attending was actually her father's, which her father did push for women going to school, but we all know about the Taliban presently and in the past and their actions on certain situations. Another one I did was on an employee named Erica Baker, ex-Google employee exposes former job and their pay inequality. So she was someone who actually came up with a chart, and she had every single employee who worked for Google, didn't matter even the location, write down, if they opted in it, to write down what they made and what their position was. This got exposed and she was let go for other reasons, but it showed that, you know, specifically with her skill set versus others, men were still being paid more than what women were being paid, although they might have had an even higher skill set instead of versus a man. And this is another one I did last year. The college life is over. I had the time of my life. It's actually my friend Diamond Garnett. It was one of the first ones I ever did, and it was just showing the positivity and highlighting women who are in education, who either graduated or are going to graduate. And then because this has been a very long process for me. I started working on Our Sisters, Our Time June of last year, I want to say, and because of obviously, you know, you evolving with time and testing things out and doing things differently, I decided not only did I want to highlight the success of women, but I wanted to do lifestyle blogging. So then I started playing with lifestyle blogging and seeing how the effects of how my audience attracted to that versus just me blogging about women, because at the same time my project was also tracking, you know, the views coming to my blog spot and whatnot, and that you can also see on my posters. So here's also a screenshot of my Instagram, and here you can actually see an insight of my blog. So here you see how it says September 6th, best views ever, and then it shows how many visitors I've had so far, and then, you know, my popular time. Then it goes into showing monthly, and it's good to see these things because then you know, okay, which blog is generating the certain amount of people coming in, which is good to see because I'm going to be starting my own YouTube channel this summer and knowing what subjects are highly talked about versus what are. And it's interesting because one thing I've noticed is lifestyle blogging is way more attracting to the audience versus my women, and, you know, highlighting the success of them. And I personally see that as an issue because there's the things that do attract get attracted to my site, which is completely fine, I would wish that it would be the women. So now I'm at the stage of, well, how do I get more people involved and wanting to, hear more about the success and what people do versus, the negative connotations that you hear out in the media that do attract the audience. So going back to my documentary or my video that I did. So these are the questions that I asked, and one thing I did not mention is I have more women that you will see on the blog that I've interviewed, and these are a lot of the questions that they got to answer. And it was cool because one of the interviews that I did do, the husband happened to be there, so it was an interaction, and you hear the woman, give her side of whatever, and then you hear him like, what? And then kind of just start going in, so it's like, oh, okay, now I can, get the real. But just to name some of the questions off that I went through are, how can we as women guide the younger generation of boys and girls to have more respect for one another, and most importantly, respect for themselves? Let's see. So for my research, I pulled from organizations such as Let Girls Learn, which is by Michelle Obama, who I featured in my short video. Her and Malala, which is the young girl from Pakistan, are the two people that I draw a lot of my stuff from because she works closely with Malala, but it's not specifically in United States, which United States does have a lot of things to work on, but where everything is really needed when it comes to education, which is what I specifically want to work on for women, is in the Middle East, and that's where she works. Once again, one of the inspirations, also sources that I used was I'm Malala, which is a book, along with her organization, the Malala Fund. Another one was Sophia Amoros, Girl Boss. This book actually talks about just being a woman in the work field and what you can do to maneuver your way through and actually be successful and not just be complacent with where you are in the background. Another book I drew a lot of stuff from was Little Black Book of Success. Just like women, Black people in general, African Americans in general, do have a harder time getting into what they would want their success to be. So with this book, it also shows you, well, how can you be not only a woman but a Black woman and in the work field, and what you can do in the media to get yourself on top. So the development process. The footage for the interviews relay the same message as Malala Yousafzai discovered previously, showing a genuine testimony from what most would call a normal girl like me. And it's made clear that all these women have the same objective, to campaign for change. Using Adobe Premiere to put the video together, the tools used from the software was the razor tool in order to make cuts within the footage so that the B-roll can be added. For smooth transitions and in sound and video, the library filled with the transition effects contained a variety of transitions and would be aesthetically pleasing to the audience. So new media was my overall project. So social media, specifically Instagram, YouTube, and WordPress. In 2015, a study was conducted by Deloitte recording the amount of jobs created by Facebook. This claim states that Facebook produced significant global economic activity by helping to unlock new opportunities through connecting people and businesses, lowering barriers to marketing and stimulating innovation. What this means is that through social media, namely Facebook, jobs have been created on an endless journey. Here you see a timeline of the many social medias that have come about. Social media doesn't just mean Instagram, YouTube, Twitter, WordPress, but just in general, it's media that you can communicate on. It's media that it's bringing media in and out for people. According to the HubSpot, 92% of marketers in 2014 claimed that social media marketing was important for their business, with 80% of indicating that their efforts increased traffic to their websites. According to Social Media Examiner, 90% of marketers are currently participating in social media, but 85% of participants aren't sure what social media tools are the best to use. There has been an increase in not only brand recognition globally, and this also raises a statistic, rating of brand loyalty from a customer. This is due to there not only being 24-hour access, but the supplier has found ways to repeatedly draw the consumer's attention to the product by posting multiple times a day. This goes to show how competitive it also gets for companies and skillful people in their unique fields of work. How graphic designers play a role is how they too act as a brand or company with how they market and craft as well. So the reason why I keep bringing up social media is because social media has generated endless jobs that are now here for more people to be able to take on, specifically artists specifically. It's a great way, it's a great platform to be on because it's just another way to get your work out there and to expose yourself, and it's now the #1 way to expose yourself and get advertising going. And so with Our Sisters Our Time, what I would like to do is mentor the young girls with new media, so of course graphic designing, but social media, because there's so much to it. You can be a social media analyst, you can be the social media content designer. I could just keep going on and on about how many jobs there are, even just doing the customer service for social media. And it's a positive aspect that is really helpful for my brand. 16 stats that pre-social media isn't a passing fad, and just to name the first 3, 92% of marketers agree that social media is important for their business, up from 86% in 2013. 92% of all marketers indicate that their social media efforts have generated more exposure for their business. 80% of marketers indicated that their social media efforts increased traffic. Historical perspective. There are currently 2.1 million graphic designers in the United States alone, 81% of them having a bachelor's degree, which of course makes finding a position a competitive endeavor, if you know what I mean. 54% of graphic designers are women, and the average salary is around $50,000. There are currently around 12,380 new jobs within the graphic design industry, which is something that further makes job hunting quite a competitive task. And one of the women that I drew my graphic design inspiration and historic background from is Paula Scher. And these are some of these are some of the graphics that Paula Scher has done. Paula Scher is a graphic designer, and not only a graphic designer, but she's an educator amongst other design aspects that she does. But specifically, I look at her graphic design because she works with text and wording, and that's also what I work with specifically on my blog site. So, I'm not finished. So for my future plans, I now work for a company doing social media and PR. It's called Fashion Nova, and that was my goal. It was to find a job doing what my project would be on, and that's social media and graphic designing. So I'm very fortunate enough to be able to continue on after school, knowing that what I'm doing is what I spent all my 5 years hard work and experience in my internships and being in these classes and learning from all of my teachers. And also, because of my organization, like I said, I partnered with Interfaith Services to do donations, and on First Thursday, I will be collecting donations of any house items or hygiene items if you guys have anything. I've already started collecting, but it would be very, very appreciative if I could get more from the community in general, because it is a growing situation that I would love to help bridge the gap of, and there's so many just in this small area alone that need assistance and need help. So thank you.
I did a documentary on war veterans, and I just wanted to display their own personal experiences and what they've been through in service. And I also wanted to bring light to post-traumatic stress disorder and the real effects that it has. So I was really inspired by multiple things. One being my family. I have numerous family members that served in the war and kind of grew up hearing about it. Also, as well as friends who have been overseas serving, and I got interested in watching documentaries on war and different films that were coming out, popular films that were coming out about war made me really interested. And also doing more research, finding different photojournalists that document war. So this is a photo of me and my grandfather. He was a huge inspiration to me. He told me stories about his service since I was little, would sit me on his lap and tell me all about it, and I really had no idea what he was talking about at the time. But as I got older, I got more curious, and I remember in 5th grade doing an interview with him about him being in World War II and being at Pearl Harbor, and when he was attacked by the Japanese, he was missing the top part of his ring finger, and I was always so curious about how he missed that top part of his finger. So he went on to tell me that he basically saved his friend from getting hit by an underground mine, and he earned a Bronze Star. This is a photo of him along with all his different medals and from war. So Restrepo was one of the main documentaries that I watched that really interested me, and it was by a photojournalist named Tim Hetherington, and a lot of his, just like these photos up here, these are some of his stills from the film. It just gave a really raw and real insight to war and how it really is over there, and had interviews with the guys that were over there overseas, and it was very personal and very touching, so I just found it really interesting to me, and it made me want to get to know these guys that go overseas and do these things and experience all these different things. So that was one of the big documentaries that I was interested in, and from there I just got even more curious. And when American Sniper came out, I went and saw that. American Sniper was another film, and it was based on the book of true events called American Sniper that was written by Chris Kyle, and it was directed by Clint Eastwood. Chris Kyle served in the military as a sniper and was quote-unquote the most lethal sniper in the entire world. These are a few more photos. And he worked with different foundations, and he was honorably discharged, and when he got back, he worked with different foundations such as FitCo, CARES Foundation, a nonprofit organization which created the HEROES Project, and that provided free in-home fitness equipment to war vets, as well as life coaching to any veterans with disabilities or those suffering from PTSD. He was also a huge opponent in Obama's approach to tighten gun control. Unfortunately, Chris was murdered by a war veteran that he took under his wing and was trying to help out, and just one day went off the charts, and one thing led to another. So that's how that ended. But he's to this day one of our biggest war heroes. Unbroken was another film that I saw that really pulled at my heartstrings. It was about Louis Zamperini. It was dedicated to him. It was produced by Angelina Jolie, and it was based on the true events of Louis Zamperini's life. He's one of the world's greatest war heroes. After his plane went down in the middle of the ocean, he survived along with 2 other guys for 47 days in the middle of nowhere with barely any food or water. And they underwent numerous attacks by sharks and the Japanese, and he ended up landing on enemy territory after getting up to some kind of land, and was taken into a war camp by the Japanese, and survived that as well. So he was just one of the really well-known guys that went through all these trials and tribulations of war and came out of it a really strong human being, and through this film was able to tell his stories and we were able to watch that on screen. So that was really interesting for me to see. So what is post-traumatic stress disorder? So this is what I really want to bring to light and awareness when I did my documentary about war veterans. I wanted to show people that these veterans of war are just like you and I. The only difference is they may suffer from some kind of post-traumatic stress, and that doesn't mean that they should be treated any differently than you or me. It just means that, you know, they go through a different thing every day. They wake up and they have to face whatever they're facing every single day. So, according to the RAND Corporation, a nonprofit institution that helps improve policy and decision making through research and analysis, it says that at least 20% of Iraq and Afghanistan veterans have PTSD and or depression. 50% do not seek treatment. And the percent of veterans coming home from war and coming back with PTSD has been on the rise since 2007. So I did a few different interviews for my documentary. I did 4, and one of them was with William Zappis, very stand-up guy. He served in World War II. He was a Navy officer of a ship. He worked on an LST ship, which basically goes up on the beach and opens up and lets all the soldiers out and to go fight the war. He served from the age of about 20 to 25, and he was stationed in numerous places around the world. And he ended up being a survivor of a German invasion on the coast of France. So he actually, he did not suffer any post-traumatic stress. He said he had a few close calls when serving, but he just really was focused on, because he was an enlisted man, he was focused on coming home and starting his life after war. He didn't want really, you know, to focus on the war itself. He just wanted to do what he needed to do, get home, start a job, start a family, and he has been very successful in that, so. This is Tom Suppan. He actually is one of my dad's really close old friends. He was a war veteran from Vietnam, and he suffers from extreme PTSD. Tom is one of the smartest people you'll ever meet. Half the time you won't understand what he's saying because he's got an extremely thick southern accent from the country, and he just goes off on rants, but he is one of the smartest human beings and the most genuine and down-to-earth people, and that just goes to show that although he may suffer from an extreme case of PTSD, he's not a harmful human being and not violent. He wakes up every day and has to deal with whatever he has to deal with to get through the day. Something that stuck out to me when interviewing him was I asked him what the hardest part about him serving was, and he said the day he got to Vietnam was the hardest day of his entire service. And what was interesting to me was when I did another interview, I had another person say the exact same thing. So that was interesting, and then I kind of got into asking him about what triggers his PTSD. And he told me, you know, there's some mornings he walks outside and just the smell of the grass can bring him right back to being in Vietnam. So it was a really interesting interview. This is Eric Tarragon. He actually is a war vet that goes to school here. He joined at age 21. He served for about 7 months in Afghanistan in Helmand province, and he was a tanker. He worked on tanks as a driver, a loader and a driver, which he is very proud of, in the 1st Tank Battalion. So, in other words, he was a tanker. He served for about 4 years, and Eric does suffer from PTSD. He explained to me that having a daily routine and a schedule really helps him immensely, and that he has a lot of support from his family, which also gets him through the day and, you know, kind of makes it a lot easier to deal with and a lot less painful. This is Chris Hans. He was another war vet that I interviewed that actually works at Marymount right now. He works with the war veterans. He served in the United States Marine Corps in Iraq. in Baghdad for 7 months, Ramadi for 8 months, and Southeast Asia for 7 months. And he was a rifleman, so basically he was the guys on the streets that shoot at people. If they come in contact with them, that's who they're going after. That's their job is to protect, whatever they need to protect. To locate, close with, and destroy the enemy by fire and maneuver, and to repel the enemy's assault with fire in close combat. So he told me that, one of the toughest parts for him was the family separation. He had left and he came back and his 2-year-old daughter didn't even know who he was. So at that point he was just kind of, he kind of called it and was like, I'm done, it's not worth it. But yeah, he had a really hard time being away from his family. So here is Tim Hetherington. He is the photojournalist that did Restrepo. He's a British photojournalist, and he was best known for his documentary Restrepo that actually ended up winning many awards and was nominated for an Academy Award for Best Documentary. He made many trips to Afghanistan and would come face to face with battle. He was embedded with a single U.S. Army platoon serving at a remote outpost in the Korengal Valley, which is where Restrepo was filmed in 2010. He was widely known for his controversial photographs of war and the way he captured the lives that were involved in the midst of the violence. Unfortunately, Tim died on the front lines in the city of Misrata, Libya during the 2011 Libyan civil war. It's unsure if he was killed by a shrapnel from a mortar shell or an RPG round, but he left a lot of passion for his work, and it showed, and it really empowered and impacted a lot of people around the world, especially other photojournalists. This is another photojournalist that I was really interested in that kind of had similar work to Tim's, Chris Hondros. He also really showed like the raw and realness of war, as you can see in this photo. Just, he got right in there, was not afraid to get right in there with everybody and take these photos and put his own life at risk. So he really captured my eye when I did research about different guys, and he really tried to get powerful images across in his images. He wanted to spread the truth of war and its victims, and he had no reservations and lived to tell the stories of others and spread the truth of war. He actually died as well in the same battle that Tim Hetherington was killed in, so we lost 2 good photojournalists that day. So for my film, my pre-production process of making my film, I had no idea the amount of time and effort it was really going to take in making a documentary film. So first and foremost, I had to find war veterans that were willing to share their stories and be interviewed and put on camera. And a lot of them were just not really up for it, and a lot of them didn't really want to talk about PTSD. I mean, it is a very sensitive subject. And so that was the hard part for me, was finding guys who wanted to and were willing to be interviewed. And once I did, then from there I had to make sure I was kind of sensitive towards them and how I approached the subject. During production, I had to make sure I had all the equipment checked out, and I had to have all the questions and the dates, and my scheduling had to be right on, and everything had to be really organized. I'm not the most organized person in the world, so I had to really learn how to be organized towards the end of this year. And that was definitely a big lesson for me. Having people help me and knowing when they could help me and setting up scheduling with that was another thing that went into it. When I ended up making up the questions, I made sure to send them to all my interviewees and made sure that I wasn't asking anything that was inappropriate or stepping over any boundaries, and it was still sensitive towards them and that they were comfortable with it. My post-production process, I edited and then edited some more. I edited for hours and hours, and I stayed at school more than I was even at home. So that was definitely something that, I mean, for me personally, I enjoyed the editing process and seeing it come together. And I was a little bit of a perfectionist when I didn't need to be. I found myself coming into school on Saturday mornings and I was asking myself, like, who am I? Who is this person that's doing this? But in the end, it really made me realize that you always have to leave more time than you think you do in order to, you know, come up with a final product that you're happy with and that you're proud of. So, with my future goals, I would love to continue to talk to more veterans about their experiences and PTSD and possibly expand on the film I already have. I'd like to work towards becoming the person in front of the camera doing the interviews instead of behind it. I would hopefully want to be working in the broadcast journalism field for news and sports eventually down the line, and would love to continue to improve my avid media skills with editing. Thank you.
So my name is Sam Setzer, and I'm going to talk to you guys about recording my second album. So this was really, I decided for my capstone what I would do is I would sort of take what used to be my passion and became a job for me really. I kind of combined that with school and make them one and the same. And so I decided that I'd record my second record as a capstone. I released my first album called Hunter Jumper in 2015, in the summer of 2015. And it was just all home recordings, really, that were recorded over the course of about 2 years or so, where I played all the instruments on them, and they were just really experiments that ended up getting sent out to a few record labels, and an independent record label named Gulcher Records put out the record. And it got pretty good reviews. And, a lot of good press, and we'll get back to that later. But first, I'd like to talk about some other stuff. So, I outlined in my thesis many things, including my influences, and I'm going to talk about two of my major influences. One of which is the band Big Star, which are an older band from the 70s. They're sort of a precursor to punk rock and indie rock and just alternative music in general. And another one is Guided by Voices, which they're still active today and are very influential in alternative music. So the reason why I wanted to embark on this project is because music is my art and always has been, along with other forms of media, but really I've sort of found success kind of accidentally in music, and it's become something that I've just been very passionate about. Anyway, I'd like to play for you guys just a little bit an idea of Big Star's music. Go a few songs, if that's okay. Big Star were really prominent in the 70s, and while they didn't achieve much commercial success, critically, even at that time in the early 70s, they were raved about in mainstream magazines, like Rolling Stone, Cream magazine, all those magazines back then. But due to their record label, their poor marketing skills, they broke up and went into obscurity. But sort of what happened was record nerds in the late 70s, kids who would go on to form bands like REM, The Replacements, Husker Du, the list goes on, you know, you kind of get the picture, you know what I'm talking about. They discovered the music of Big Star, and for them it became, for Big Star it sort of became, it became a sort of cult thing, something that, you know, maybe someone seeing like similarities to things like certain independent films or just weird stuff, you know, that sort of a secret handshake. Anyway, I see a lot of myself in Big Star for their poppy sound, which is sort of having their music a little bit, and a blue-collar sensibility that they influence in their work. So the band was founded in 1971 by Alex Chilton, Chris Bell, Jody Stevens, and Andy Hummel. They're all born in Memphis, Tennessee, which at the time was a massive music hub. They were signed to Ardent Records, and their first album was called #1 Record. And the main single off the #1 Record, if you guys know That 70s Show theme song, that's a cover of their song In the Street by the band Cheap Trick. I would urge everyone to just go listen to the album in full. It's really just a quick album, but that's sort of what they're most famous for recording. So anyway, #1 Record received rave reviews, some of the best of that year, but due to the poor marketing skills of their label, Ardent Records, they had very limited commercial success, and I think from when, hopefully if you guys will hear my record, Lipstick, which is called Lipstick Calendar, by the way, they know. The songs have very, you know, poppy tone to them in a way, but they're a lot darker in lyric, and Big Star's lyrics were very dark. Here we are. And now I'm going to talk about Guided by Voices, and I'm going to play you just a few seconds of the opening song to their album B1000. So if you think that sounds, quite frankly, like shit, you're right. It's considered low fidelity recording, which basically means just not high fidelity recordings. It's not recorded in a proper studio. It's recorded maybe on a 4-track Tascam recorder that you might find in your grandmother's house. And they were my main influence, and they still are my main influence, but they're the main influence for me recording my first album, which, like I said, were home recordings. Anyway, Guided by Voices is mainly helmed by Robert Pollard, who is the lead singer and continues to be the lead singer and main songwriter, main instrumentalist really in the studio to this day. They with what I just played you, this album B1000 came out right around the time of like the boom of alternative rock in the 90s. So bands like, you know, Nirvana and, you know, Pearl Jam or whatever were kind of coming to the zenith of like this huge cultural phenomenon, which was sort of like the slacker sort of mentality, sort of the antithesis of whatever extravagant genre came before that. And their music was a little too weird even for the mainstream, so they didn't exactly acquire commercial success sort of like Big Star, but in their own right, they're hugely popular. There they are. So I'll talk a little bit about low fidelity recording. I practice it in my work. I record a lot with tape, and which kind of gives the recording a very, very warm sound as opposed to something that's recorded through a computer, something that's very clean and just sort of soulless, in my opinion, which we really hear a lot of that today in all genres of music. And, anyway, so yeah, lo-fi is in a way it's been around for as long as people have been independently recording their own music, but it became highly prevalent in the late 80s and 90s and in the modern era of indie rock. So my process in writing music is basically just, it's pretty similar, I think, to most people in that I just sort of go hang around with friends or have a beer or 2 or 3, you know, and just have my guitar and, you know, maybe mess around with different tunings, maybe watch a little basketball or baseball on TV or the news, and I'll come up with some licks, and if I come up with something that's, to me, exciting and new, I'll stop whatever it is I'm doing, whether I have to go to a dentist appointment or whether I have to go to school or whatever I've got to do. It sort of just becomes my obsession to write this sort of perfect song, and then I'll go from there. And so anyway, for this new record, what I did differently was than my first record was I hired a backing band and I went into a proper studio. So I didn't record this album at home and I didn't play all the instruments on it. I wrote all the songs, but I played guitar and sang while I hired a second guitar player and a bassist and a drummer. And we recorded it in a studio on a reel-to-reel tape machine, so it wasn't exactly perfect like 2016 studio, but I think it sounds pretty good. So I'm going to play you the first track off my new record. I'm going to play it in its entirety. It's a short song. It's called Mexico Breath. So I'll play that right now. December of 2015, I had fully kind of formally assembled my what would be my studio backing band. I played, when I played live, touring and stuff for the first record, I had a kind of loose group of musicians who I would come in and play for me as my backing band, but I really wanted to assemble a proper backing band. So I met my friend Dan Clodfelter, and I hired him to play bass, and Max Kayajanian, another friend of mine, played guitar, and Cody McKenzie, who I had been in a band with previously to becoming a solo artist, and he plays drums. And here's myself singing and playing guitar, and in the middle there is Danny Clodfelter on bass, and Max playing guitar. And here's Max again on guitar, and Cody on drums. So then in January 2016, I began writing most of the songs, but also refining songs that had already been written. I'd say about half the songs had already been written. The other half, I was in the process of writing. And I planned out the recording sessions with my producer, whose name is Andrew Schubert, and reserved studio time for, April or March, actually. And I began doing research for my thesis, the research that I just talked to you about with Big Star and Guided by Voices and Delaware recording and stuff. And I was also writing most of my lyrics around this time. So here's a sample of something from my lyric book. That's the song, you just listen to those of the lyrics to it. Basically have a whole journal of just really messy song lyrics that I wrote for this record. So then in February, we started performing these songs live. Venues that I play at pretty frequently, venues like the Satellite in Silver Lake, the Echo in Echo Park, the Bootleg also in Echo Park, places like that. And we were playing the songs live, kind of getting a response from proper audience for the first time. I kind of developed a back and forth with my band where I'd bring in a completed song that I had written, and instead of just making it about me, I would ask them for their input in it, and sometimes they would, and sometimes they would say that's fine the way it is. But it was very rewarding for me to be able to kind of collaborate for the first time on songs that I had solely written for myself. I felt maybe a little bit less selfish, and it's fun to collaborate for any purpose. So here's me, we're rehearsing. These are all photos from a few days before we went into the studio. I had my buddy Dan come in and take photos. So we're just rehearsing. So then in March, we began recording the record, and we recorded it with my producer and very close friend, Andrew Schubert. And we started on March 11th recording. And we recorded all of the instruments in about 2 days, and then from there on, I went and would just come in every few days and do lyrics or do mixing, kind of just put the take the paint off the put paint on the canvas, so to speak. So I would, for the first time in my life, I was working with a producer who was very educated in this field, and I felt like it would be wise of me to let him make a lot of the decisions on how things ought to sound, and I wanted to be a student in that way. So I deferred him to a lot of the studio decisions. And here's another photo of me recording vocals in my lyric book. So I've now, the album's been completed for some time now. It's fully mastered, and I'm distributing it, sending it out to labels. I'm thinking about probably just releasing it on my previous record label, Vulture Records. If you want pictures, there's Robert Pollard. And I'm going to talk a little bit more about Robert Pollard from Guided by Voices. He's shown me not to take myself too seriously, especially in lyric writing. The low fidelity sound he's been able to maintain and keep an audience is something that's sort of very influential to me. And I used it in my music video for my single Swim Team from my previous album. And here's me during the recording of my first record. And I'm gonna show you guys my the write-up in the interview that I got in Vice magazine. If I can switch over, so you're gonna be able to switch over.
So you see it on your screen? And then bring it over. Overall here, so what I'm doing is
Oh, yeah. Gotcha. Okay. So, let's see. Oh, all right. So I guess so here's on Vice Music when I released my record last year. They did an interview with me, which I'm not going to read, but you guys can look at it if you like. I made a music video for it. I directed a music video with my buddies, and they got them to an interview. Yeah. So yeah, here's the music video for my single Swim Team for my previous album. Okay, cool. Great. So anyway, my goals for after this is all over, I'd like to continue making music, obviously, and I'm probably going to record more music very soon. And I'll be putting out the record probably later this summer. Another thing I'd like to do is do something that I've done in the past, which is write music for film and commercial advertising. And that's sort of my end game, start kind of a firm for that, for musicians to get together and do freelance sort of commercial film advertising. Anyway, thank you very much for your time.
Journey into the happiest place on earth, or the soul-crushing decadence and thought-provoking truth about Walt Disney that successfully hid under a pair of mouse ears. My name is Miles Wilson, for those of you who don't know, but for those of you who do, let's dive right in. And although the title and thesis statement should theoretically say it all, this capstone project is an expose on Walt Disney, but will focus primarily on the greed and corruption within his company. The physical project itself, however, is a pair of life-size statues that represent said greed and corruption, which you can find back there. Not the most ideal place to put it, but I ain't complaining. Now, bear in mind, this is not an attempt to vilify Disney or anything that he or it or his company stands for, but rather encourage people like you to question those things. Because when it's all said and done, we'll soon realize that, like most of us, Walt Disney was not a saint. So, what does this entire project mean? Really? While one would be inclined to believe that what you're about to hear is nothing more than the rantings and ravings of a conspiracy theory-riddled lunatic, not that I'm mentioning any names, of course, in all actuality, this is merely a comment, and in some instances, a dark satire on what Walt Disney's company is really all about, or at least how I or anybody with a skeptical brain perceive it. However, the overall template for the physical project, as you can see here, is based entirely on, if not modeled after, this statue that stands tall and proud in front of the Cinderella Castle to this day. As far as the gas mask goes, well, that was also inspired in part by a mask designed by Dietrich Rempel and T.W. Smith Jr. 1 month after the Pearl Harbor bombings in 1941. And while gas masks at that time were meant to protect civilization from gas attacks, this particular style of mask was marketed and sold primarily to children, considering that they, above every and anybody else, were the nation's main concern during the events leading up to World War II. So, in essence, this part of the project is poking fun at that side of history. This part of the project, on the other hand, is a comment on two things. One, how Walt Disney's deep-seated belief in conforming to his company's lifestyle is more or less force-fed to children. And two, how Walt Disney's company violated several child labor laws in China. Some of you are looking at me like, oh, well, they do that every day. Be that as it may, I'm not going to debate you on that, but you don't believe me? Megan Maduro lays all the grisly details out on the table in an article she wrote saying, quote, those violations include excessively long hours of work, poverty wages, unreasonable fines, workplace hazards, and overcrowded dormitories. The article also states that several workers who were exposed to Disney's code of conduct and monitoring system were often subjected to threats and intimidation, to falsify work records and answer monitors' questions properly based on management-prepared scripts. And if you really want me to make a Disney metaphor, those workers were the Pinocchio to those employees' Geppettos. But that's the worst thing you've heard so far. I've got plenty of dirt to shovel at you, but because academia and my professor demands that I divulge those details now rather than later, let me take this opportunity to give you the genesis of this project. In all honesty, I've had this idea brewing in the back of my mind for quite some time now, but as years went on, it slowly started to develop into something bigger. As far back as I can remember, it all started back in 2004. 5th grade at Dapplegray Elementary School, to be exact. Jesus, I was so thin back then. Anyway, at that time, my friends and I were real knee-deep into video games, like most adult 10-year-olds in the early 2000s. But one game in particular that caught my attention was this one. And as an avid horror fan, I have the box art to thank for that. I mention this simply because at one point in the game, you square off against a group of mercenaries dressed in SWAT regalia. However, one thing that always stuck with me about these guys is not just how insanely stupid their AIs were, but their uniforms. Those blank, expressionless faces and cudgeled with it by a pair of glowing red eyes. Ugh. Something about it just... But around that same time, specifically when Tower Records was going out of business and FYE Music was erected, get a good long look at that because it's gone too. Something about the corner of Sepulveda and Krent Hawthorne, it's like the island of misfit venues. I don't understand. Anyway, while my father was fishing through old Polanski movies, as he often tends to do, hey Dad, I was browsing through an assortment of magazines on a rack by the checkout counter where I picked up an issue of Rolling Stone magazine and skimmed through the first 5 pages until I stumbled upon an ad for Biffy Clyro's new album, Infinity Land. Now, having been raised on Disney movies and cartoons, technically back before Disney started showing his corporate hand, this image always stuck with me. Because on some metaphysical level, it was like staring at my own surreal distortion of childhood. And when you put these guys in, well, we'll get there. But for the time being, let's flash forward a few years to where I'm a freshman at Marymount California University, looking to get my GEs done so I can transfer to either USC or Chapman. Unfortunately, at the time, I didn't get into either one. As far as I was concerned, I just looked at myself in the mirror and said, screw it. Not them, just to be clear, but the situation. In other words, why waste all that valuable time and energy wallowing in my own sorrows for not getting into both schools when I could transfer, if not channel that energy in the form of a screenplay? And so to relieve the stress, I wrote a movie which, in short, takes George Orwell's 1984 and gives it a bit of a Disney twist, if you will, followed by several hand-drawn storyboards, a graphic novel, and a novelization of the material. But much like this project, it begs the question, okay, Walt Disney owns the rights to Marvel. Walt Disney owns the rights to Lucasfilms and has certainly given old Georgie a run for his money. But how much longer until Walt Disney owns all of us as a society, where we're subordinated to a supposed greater good, and to quote Marilyn Manson, the weak are there to justify the strong. Plus, looking back on those mercenaries and that Biffy Clyro cover, I spent months and years wondering how, when, and where I'm going to fuse these two images together. And so the Mouseketeer Elite Squad was born. Now, these guys, much like Orwell's thought police, exist only to put the fear of God in people. But that's a whole other story. Let's talk about why I chose this topic. As I mentioned earlier, Disney films have been an essential part of my upbringing, especially in the early 90s, which I'm sure is true for most of you. However, as I got older, I started to pick up on a vast majority of subtle things that took a few more repeated viewings to really identify, and several YouTube links to fully convince me. We've all seen these, I'm sure. Phallic symbol after phallic symbol. But for those of you who haven't, well, might as well kiss whatever's left of your childhood goodbye. Then again, subliminal messaging is a whole other topic for a whole other class, and let's be honest, people, that's not why I'm here. The reason I'm here today and why I chose this topic is because ever since I picked up on those little phallic Easter eggs, I've always been curious as to what might have gone on behind closed doors at Disney. And suffice it to say, from what I've read, you may start to think twice about good old Walt. Then again, maybe you won't. Either way, I would imagine you're all wondering, where else did these sick ideas come from, right? Yes? No? Maybe? I don't know. Can I repeat the question? You're not the boss of me now. But once upon a time, there was a man named Ed Roth, aka Big Daddy. Now, Ed Big Daddy Roth was a Beverly Hills native who spent most of his time making cartoons and designing cars, specifically lowriders and hot rods. But most of all, her thing, the rat thing, the poster child for muscle car subculture. And in Roth's words, the anti-hero answer to Mickey Mouse. But to put it in simpler layman's terms you can understand, Ratfink was to American muscle cars what the Noid was to Domino's Pizza. Another artist that gratefully added fuel to my fire is yet another LA native named Tim Burton, who you may know from such titles as Beetlejuice, Pee-wee's Big Adventure, 1989's Batman, Nightmare Before Christmas, just to name a few. And regardless of how I feel about some of his later work, the number one thing about Burton that always stuck with me from one artist to another was his uncanny ability to take something as grim and as dark and as humorless as ever and infuse very subtle elements of satire, and or vice versa. Take Mothra, for example, which not only is wordplay on Godzilla's arch nemesis, Mothra, but a way of poking fun at both modern suburbia and the inner psychological workings of an overworked stay-at-home housewife. A much better example would be a piece he did back in the early 1980s called Untitled, Girl Series. That's seriously what it was called. I'm not making that up. But in this piece, a cubist face wears a crooked grimace, but most notably, a Mickey Mouse t-shirt stretched out of proportion, as the caption reads down there. I don't know if you can see that, but this particular work was more or less a reflection on Burton's disdain for Disney, having once worked as a disgruntled concept artist for films such as Fox and the Hound, Black Cauldron, and Tron. But much of that disdain stemmed from the fact that his style went against their standards. Well, what the? There we go. Quote, what's odd about Disney is that they want you to be an artist, but at the same time, they want you to be a zombie factory worker and have no personality. It takes a very special person to make those two sides of your brain coexist. So I was very emotionally agitated and couldn't function very well. You could blame them. So how exactly do I bring all these ideas to life? Well, that's easy. Like most artists, it starts with an idea. followed by a series of concept drawings and mock-ups of what my project was going to look like. In my case, I already had most of that laid out on the table. It's just a matter of finding the right moment to unleash it all for you to see and experience. My next step was to make a list of the supplies I needed, calculate the total cost of it. Once I did that, I assemble my mannequin and take measurements in terms of what clothes to put them in. And if the measurements match the clothing size, then my creature will rise. Now, let's go back, if we will, to Tim Burton and Ed Roth. To quote Burton, Vincent Price, Edgar Allan Poe, those old monster movies, those spoke to me. You see somebody going through that anguish and torture, things you identify with, and it acts as a kind of therapy, a release. That's what the whole Vincent thing was for me. Burton, of course, is referring to a short film he produced back in 1982 about a 7-year-old boy named Vincent Malloy, who would often fantasize that he's Vincent Price in order to escape the boredom and monotony of his life. In Ed Roth's case, quote, Disneyland had just opened down the street from me, and everywhere you look, kids were running around wearing those stupid mouse ears. I hated that mouse. And so while I was waiting for a cheeseburger at my local Greasy Spoon, I was thinking about how much I hated Mickey Mouse. And I began to sketch my own version of a cartoon mouse on a napkin. Hairy, sleazy, saliva oozing, covered with flies, obnoxious. He was the anti-hero answer to Mickey Mouse. I named him Ratfink, which was a phrase you heard on the Steve Allen Show. Ed Roth would also go on to say, quote, whenever I looked at Ratfink, it felt like I was looking at my inner self, and that the world that my parents, teachers, and responsible type people belong to wasn't my own. Why did I have to be like them? I didn't. And somehow, Ratfink helped me realize that. So, why am I telling you all this? What about them coincides with my capstone? Well, I've always found that when it comes to making a work of art based on both personal experiences and how its creators perceive the rest of the outside world, Tim Burton and Ed Roth are one and the same in that regard, thus explaining how these two played such a vital role in the development of my capstone. So, what's next on my to-do list? Well, let me put it this way. If this piece proves to be a success at making its point, I'll keep the tradition of making fun of Disney alive. As far as post-graduation goes, let me just put it this way. Wait until Chapman gets a load of me. Yes, ironically, I got in. And hopefully they won't rescind that admission if somebody decides to flap their gums after this whole little spiel. But it wasn't just my doing. It was yours. Your support. Your support, my professors, all the way down to the custodial staff. And for that, I thank you, and I bid thee farewell, sweet mariners.
This is what I brought you, this you can keep. This is what I brought you, may forget me. I promise to depart, just promise one thing. Kiss my eyes and lay me to sleep. This is what I brought you, this you can keep. This is what I brought you, may forget me. I promise you my heart, just promise to stay.
Alright, so that was just the trailer for my film, kind of give you a brief look into what I'm doing. It's an entire look at desert sports, action sports, and kind of the lifestyles that are built around it. It's entitled A Day in the Life. So this is just a still from my workspace when I was editing. I'm very, very passionate about this. If you know me, you definitely know that I have a great deal of passion for desert sports and everything. Coming from Southern California, I was surrounded with it constantly. You're in the mecca of action sports. You got an hour drive to the beach, an hour drive to the mountains, another hour to the desert. So when you're kind of in the middle of all of that, you just absorb everything that's thrown at you, and that's kind of what happened to me. I grew up off-roading with my dad until he died, ironically in an off-road accident, and ever since then it's just kind of blossomed into my true passion. So why I do this it was more, I knew why I loved it, but I wanted to see why other people gravitated towards this lifestyle and why they built an entire life around these hobbies or anything like that. So my timeline was pretty contingent on weather, because when you're going out riding or anything, you want to go the day or two after it rains, because that's when the dirt is at its best conditions. It's not sloshy or muddy after it rains. It's not super dry, so you're getting dust kicked up everywhere. It's exactly what you want. And with what we were supposed to have with the El Nino, I was kind of hoping that I would be able to, but it was a little bit more difficult than I thought, because we didn't really get the El Nino. So acquiring that was a little bit difficult, but I already knew what my interview was going to be. So I had these 5 questions set out. How long have you done this? How did it get started? What drew you towards it? What part is the most enjoyable for you? And why do you keep at it? Why do you keep doing this if it's costing you thousands upon thousands of dollars, or your own health? We'll see you later. And why do you keep at it even though it's costing you all these things? And it's just because it's something that you can't explain. It's your passion. It's just something that you like to do on the weekends. You have fun doing it with your friends. So for my interviews, I wanted it to be more set up as a casual conversation that a camera was recording, rather than a very formal, sit down, you do your interview, and you go, because I wanted to try and get the most organic material I possibly could. So I felt by kind of giving them the questions ahead of time so they could think about what they wanted to say, but also just having this interaction that's just a back and forth between the two of us. I felt like I was able to get the most organic responses so that it didn't feel like it was a movie that you're watching. I felt like it was just, you're looking in on an actual conversation. That's what I was hoping. So for Trevor's interview, it's a little bit more difficult because the weekend before that, when we were out riding in the desert over Thanksgiving weekend, he fell down and he broke his collarbone in 4 places. So if you saw the movie last night, you would notice that in his interview it almost looks like he's missing an arm, and that's because his collarbone was broken in 4 places. And all he was talking about is, I can't wait to get back out there. I can't wait to go, get back on my bike. I can't wait to go, haul ass through the desert. And it was just one of those things that kind of really hammered in the true passion behind these kind of things. He's broken and possibly having to get surgery, and he's already looking forward to the second he can get back on his bike. So that kind of gave it a little bit more depth, and I was pretty happy with how it turned out after the fact. With Kira's interview, he was the founder of an Instagram page called Guns and Raptors, and it was someone I had never met before. I just kind of lucked into being able to do this interview with him, and it kind of provided me the experience with doing interviews with people I didn't really have this kind of connection with, because the majority of the people I was looking to interview were people that were my friends that I have known growing up, so there was already that kind of relationship established. And by doing this interview with him, I kind of felt like I was able to grow more as a director, just because it taught me how to interact with people that weren't super comfortable around me, or I was super comfortable around them, or we could just kind of goof off but still get work done. So it gave me a really worthwhile experience. And then with James, he's one of my closest friends, like Trevor. So it was a very relaxed interview, and he actually has a film degree from Riverside. So going into that, he knew exactly how to stage an interview and give me the material I needed to be able to pull off the best interview he possibly could, because he did a documentary film for his thesis as well. So he knew exactly what I was going through and how to set it up and make my life easier, which was great. So, it's supposed to be a video of a truck jumping over there. So the easiest part was the conversations. The hardest part was getting the B-roll because, like I said, it was contingent on weather. So I was waiting for the rain to come to be able to go out there, but it was also, I needed to find the people that had all the stuff I needed to be able to go and interview and that were okay with me interviewing them. So with the truck stuff, it was easy because I had that at my disposal, but with the bike stuff, it was a little bit more difficult. So I just, one day after the rain, went out to Lake Paris where they have a track and just kind of posted up and asked people and explained what I was doing. They were like more than okay with it. They were super gung-ho about it and super stoked to see me trying to raise awareness for what they were doing. So once I had all of the materials, I assembled them in Adobe Premiere, which I personally love. I hate Avid with a burning passion, as pretty much all film students here would admit.
You hate it.
Okay, well, that's my opinion. Some people share it. And then once I finished with assembling my overall timeline, that's when I started going in to make the more refined cuts and adding the transitions. And then after I finished that and I got my entire, video timeline completed, that's when I went in and I started manipulating the audio specifically so that I wasn't getting these really high points that were going to be all distorted and putting the music down behind it and everything. So that was all finished by the end of last semester. So this semester it was more focused on the research side of things. So with the history of everything, zoetrope is considered by a lot as like the start of cinema. And a zoetrope, anyone that doesn't know, is just like a sphere with slots in it, and inside those slots there's actions that you spin and then you just look through a scope and it's an entire scene animated for you. So that was kind of like the first time people were able to see someone just walking or running or something like that in a sequence that was drawn. So fast forwarding to the 1920s, this filmmaker, Robert L. Drew, is kind of considered the father of American cinema verite, and it's because he used a lot of groundbreaking equipment for lightweight cameras and lightweight sound equipment so that he could get his best films possible. So his first film was called Political, and his last was The Presidents Remember, and his career spans over 50 years, and pretty much in that 50 years he made over 100 films, a lot of them dealing with this topic of politics, and he very passionate about that. He also, before that, was a photojournalist for life, so he kind of had this very deep passion for politics and embedded in him from his time working at Life, and then it just kind of progressed into him making documentaries and kind of advancing the art of cinema, verite, which I'll probably talk about in her presentation. So after that, probably my most influential filmmaker is Stacy Peralta. Who I try and mimic the most just because after watching multiple interviews that he's done and whatnot, he kind of sets up his movies in a very similar style that I do. So he was born in Venice and he started skateboarding at 6. And what a lot of people don't realize is he was originally kind of considered one of the founders of what skateboarding is today. He was one of the members of the Z-Boys. For anyone that has heard of Lords of Dogtown, that's the Z-Boys, the founders of skateboarding into what it is today with Tony Alva and Jay Adams, who just passed away last year, unfortunately. But because of James Crowley, or because of Jeff Ho and Skip Anglum, who put together the skate team at the Zephyr skate team, it kind of propelled the sport into what it is. These guys were the outsiders who were kind of taking a more badass approach to things instead of a more refined look, and that's kind of where it is today. So after multiple years of success in skateboarding, Stacy decided to take his talents to the back burner, and he co-founded Powell Peralta, which is a skateboarding company. And while he was finding that, he made the first video called the Bones Brigade video show. So that was his first take at trying to do anything with film. And what he noticed was because of his professional approach with skateboarding, he was able to acquire these shots that a lot of filmmakers would never have been able to, because he would be skateboarding on the sidewalks in New York following these other people, and this had never been seen before because no one had the cables to be able to do that long of a movement or that smooth of a movement. So by him doing that, he got a lot of attention from Hollywood, and after that, that's when he kind of had to figure out where he wanted to go with things, whether he would stay with his very lucrative career in the Palo Alto, or does he abandon all of that and take a different route and go towards pursuing a career in the professional film industry, which obviously he ended up doing. So his first he worked in the industry for a while, was doing commercials, second AD, second unit director, stuff like that. But his first documentary was entitled Dogtown and Z-Boys. And he figured if he's going to make a feature film, he might as well make it on something that, you know, he knows like the back of his hand because he was part of it. So this was submitted to Sundance on a whim because his friend just finally convinced him to submit it, and when it went there, it sold out all 6 screenings, and they had to add more. And then on top of that, he won the Best Audience Award and Best Director. So that was unheard of for your first time ever, your first film and your first time ever at Sundance, and he kind of swept a lot of the big awards because of his raw approach to this. It was something that no one had ever seen before because no one could tell the story as well as he did. So after that, he decided to go towards, you know, it ain't broke, don't fix it, so he just kept making documentaries. So after he did Dogtown and Z-Boys, he made my personal favorite, Riding Giants, which is kind of the history of big wave surfing and these lunatics who are riding 50-foot waves, and kind of how that sport evolved into what it is today. And then after that, he went a completely different route, and he made a movie called Crips and Bloods, Made in America. And this was his first take on something that wasn't sports related, but what a lot of people realized, and even the people he was interviewing after seeing these screenings of it, was that he approached them with the respect that they knew they deserved. So that gave them that allowed them to give him the respect he deserved, and that allowed them to get the, you know, the best kind of movie that he could possibly get. And it's a heartbreaking film too. Another filmmaker that I personally love is Bruce Brown, and if you're going to talk about action sports cinema or anything like that, you got to talk about Bruce Brown, because even if you haven't seen it, we've all heard of Endless Summer, I would imagine. Has anyone not heard of Endless Summer? Exactly. So he grew up in San Francisco, where he majored in not going to school, by MPC school, and then after graduation, he enlisted in the Navy. So after his 4 years in the Navy, he came back, and that's when he began to pursue a film career, which is when he released his first film, The Endless Summer. And this was a groundbreaking film because it changed society's perspective of surfers. Before this, everyone saw surfers as just like the beach bums who always got high and would be, you know, just wait for the squall to come in, and then they would just go smoke pot in the van when they were waiting for the next squall. But after that, everyone saw them as more professionals because this was the pursuit of the perfect wave. So it was a very groundbreaking film because up until this, everyone, you know, it changed society's perspective on what was such a huge part of it, especially in the Southern California region. Then after that, he followed it with On Any Sunday, which he co-produced with Steve McQueen. And that earned him actually an Academy Award nomination for Best Documentary. So that's kind of like the tell-all of motorcycle sports, especially for that time. So after his successful run of documentary, he just moved his family up to Santa Barbara, up on a ranch, and he just kind of has fun screwing around with his rally car, and he does races and stuff like that, and he's just kind of living the life. You know, he retired and he couldn't be happier. And then my last influence was his son, Dana Brown, who was born in Dana Point. There's kind of a connection there. And he grew up not wanting to follow in his father's footsteps. He wanted to earn a journalism degree, but in between the summers when he was going to school and everything, he was working for his father. So he kind of developed all the skills he needed without really realizing that he developed these skills until he decided to make his first film, which it took him 10 years to decide to make. And his first film was entitled Step Into Liquid, which was kind of an homage to his father's first film, Endless Summer. This kind of played off the same energy that Endless Summer had, and Rolling Stone's writer Pete Travers even said it's the best surfing documentary ever made because of its drop-dead, dazzlingly beautiful. It's a knockout beautiful. And it featured a lot of famous surfers like Kelly Slater and Larry Hamilton and everything, so it just kind of was Dana's way of paying respect to his father and what he did and then building off of it. And then after Step Into Liquid is when he came out with Dusk to Glory, which personally is probably the most impactful film in my life because it's kind of what showed me that I could combine action sports with cinema and my two personal passions. And Dusk to Glory is the first really film that followed the Baja 1000, which is a very famous race that takes part all the way down the Baja Peninsula. And it just was something that had never been seen before because a lot of people knew of the Baja, but no one had ever seen it. And then this was kind of a way to show everyone how insane this race really is. It's not only 1,000 miles that you're driving, you're doing it in 24 hours. It's, you know, starting at sunup and you're going all the way till sunup the next day. And it was just something on a whole other level. So after I watched that, that's when I made it my point to at least get down to the Baja Peninsula at least once in my life and partake in the race. And luckily, I was very fortunate to have a job working for an off-road company last year where we went down the Baja Peninsula 6 times, and I kind of know that place like the back of my hand now. I got to go to all the really famous spots, so it's just, it was a goal I set and I accomplished it, and it was really a fulfilling feeling because it kind of reassured that I could do whatever I wanted. And then following Dusk to Glory, he went on to make High Water, which was the documentation of the Advanced Triple Crown competition. And what this did was it continued to break down stereotypes of what surfing was and the athletes who partook in it. It showed that this isn't something that people are doing for fun. This is a career. They're going out, they're putting their life on the line, and they're really, this is how they make their money. So after that, his most recent film was almost like a sequel to his father's On Any Sunday. This one was On Any Sunday, the next chapter, and this was just kind of like an updated version of what his father was able to do. So it was kind of building off from where his father ended to where it is now. And up until then, he didn't really do that much, and just recently he released a web short called Dusk to Glory, or called Lost and Found Baja, which a lot of people consider to be a Dusk to Glory sequel, myself included, because it's very much in the same realm and energy of what he was doing for that film. So it was really cool to be able to see his transition from feature films and kind of progressing into what is becoming much more mandatory nowadays with the internet boom. So now we're seeing a lot more companies investing millions of dollars in these 10-minute videos that they're putting on their YouTube channel because they can hit such a wider audience than a very limited release of a feature film. You can release a 10-minute short on YouTube and it goes globally, so now your reach isn't just these theaters that you're putting it into for a very limited time. It's on there all the time. People can always go back and find it, or they can share it, they can do all these other things, so your reach is really expanding a lot, like these companies like Monster and Red Bull, Intent. And a lot of this comes from the athletes who are also trying to progress the sport. They might look like scumbags who just don't really give a crap, but they're very passionate about their sports, and you can ask any of them what they're trying to do, and what they're trying to do is propel their sport into the next run. They're trying to help advance their sport, and and that kind of comes with the web as well, with these short video evolutions. You're getting, like I said, these companies putting millions of dollars into these shorts, like the Doonies 1 and 2 or the Recoil trilogy, and both of those come from Monster and probably have at least $20 million invested in those shorts, but they've already seen all of that back with how many views they've acquired. So, personally, what I was hoping to accomplish with my film was to build off what I already had produced, and then at least, hopefully in the near future, build it into a full-length documentary, because I have all these things at my disposal. It's just a matter of me actually doing it, which I know I can. It's just like, I'm done school, I just want to relax for a minute. It's not something that's going to stop after I graduate, though, just because it's not just a hobby, it's my way of life. You know, I've built my entire life around these things, where I'm going to be devoting my money, and on top of, you know, getting a family and buying a house and everything. But it's this, that's what I'm looking forward to most, is when I can purchase a new truck and start building it up, or purchase a new vehicle or anything like that. So after I graduate, I continue on planning to build my career up. I actually was hired as the head of productions for a media company that's based in Vegas, so I'll be flying to Vegas a lot now. But and one day, hopefully, after I have enough money and the reputation for it, I'll start my own production company that's similar in nature to 10th Media, who Monster outsources to for all of their production needs.